All right. Yeah, there's a lot of Katamari remixes. One OC remix, apparently. Huh. Alright. Hey Chaos, hey Combat Matt. What's up? Welcome, folks. Hey Gander. Good to see you too. Hey JG, hey Anver. You're welcome. So I ordered another PlayStation today, in addition to the one I ordered yesterday. So we got at least two coming in. Good old Goodwill is just chock full of cheap PlayStations right now. And there's also another very exciting thing on Goodwill that I just saw right before I went to bed last night. I thought I'd check one more time for cool stuff on Shop Goodwill, because sometimes they post new exciting things on the early in the week. So I just happened to check, and there is a extremely rare, extremely expensive thing listed on Shop Goodwill right now, going for practically nothing. There are multiple bidders for it, so I put in as much as I'm willing to pay for it, and hopefully I win it, because it is actually something that will be useful for me. I won't say what it is, because then people are gonna try and snipe it. But it is very exciting. It's something I've been looking for a while, for a reasonable price, and this is potentially going to be reasonable. So, looking forward to that. Hey, Federal Tapioca, Fruit, and Corey, welcome. What hot CDs are we making monsters of today? Well, I have a stack of my DOS stuff, but I think for now I'm just going to use my binder of PlayStation discs that I actually own. So we got Star Wars, we got at least one copy of the Grand Stream Saga. I don't think these DVDs are going to work, so we can't do Sky Odyssey and Final Fantasy 12. We got two different copies of Alundra. Time Crisis 1. Overblood and Overblood. Shenmue 2 is not going to work. And then Point Blank, Tale of the Sun, Sorcerer's Maze, Elemental Gearbolt, Project Horned Owl, R4, Ridge Racer Type 4, Mad Maestro on PS2, Saga Frontier, Point Blank 2 and 3, Puzzle Star Sweep, Breakout, Vampire Knight, that's a DVD, Airgites, Overblood 2, a PS1 region change boot disc, sure, Skull Monkeys, Descent, Area 51, Army of Men Air Attack 1 and 2, Power Shovel, Intelligent Cube, another copy of the Grand Stream Saga. we got two of them here. Irritating Stick, if y'all remember that amazing game. Dino Crisis, Mega Man Legends, G-Police, Reboot, Jammer Lammy, Blasto, and that's it for what's in there. So that'll be our stock that we can pull from. If I do have a fat stack of DOS and Windows CDs, like a stack that high, over there, but I left it over there because I'm running out of space here. Since we're doing console and PC stuff today, I kind of have to rearrange my work area here. So, yep, we are naming a lot of games. Somebody asked what hot CDs are we going to be slapping in our PlayStation today for this incredible game. So let's get started. Hello, folks. Welcome. Let's do it. Monster Rancher 2, PS Explosion, game number 193. Part 1, just starting this one. 1999. The first game... When was the first game? I want to say it was 97. Let's see. Monster Rancher. Alright, so the first Monster Rancher, we played it for 15 hours. It took 6 sittings. That's a whole lot of saves and deaths, and this was December 2016. So the first Monster Rancher game was 1997, also by Tecmo. It had a much better cover from the looks of things. Warning, whatever you do, don't sit too close to your CD rack. Well, no problem there, because who has a CD rack in 2019? And we got this thing. I think this thing actually carried us for quite a bit of the playthrough of that one. And that's what the disc looked like for Monster Rancher. Okay, so yeah, this we spent about that long. I definitely cheated in this one. I had to call the doctor for that game because otherwise we would have been playing Monster Rancher for like 200 hours, and it's probably going to be a similar deal with this. I think I'm probably going to cap it to some sort of time limit, some sane time limit, because I don't want to spend the precious hours of my life playing Monster Rancher 2, you know, for too long. So that is that. So anyways, back to Monster Rancher 2 here. So Tecmo 99, so this came out 2 years, or in the US 2 years after the first game. And here's what the assets for it look like. So, Virtual Monster Breeder, sure. I marked this as an RPG, when this is more like a management style simulation, a life simulator, or a raising simulator is probably more correct, but hey, let's go with RPG. And if you're wondering why we're doing an RPG right after we did Koudelka, it's because Koudelka was originally classified by me as a survival horror game, because that's what I thought it was, and that's what all the aggregation sites and database sites said Koudelka was. So I believed them and marked it as survival horror when it clearly isn't. So we got a Virtual Monster Breeder. We have a much worse cover, I'd say, from the first game. So this is Don't Miss, the animated series on BKN, the Kids Network. I remember watching this show, the cartoon for this, and it was actually pretty good. I remember enjoying what I saw of the cartoon of Monster Rancher. I think it was on Fox or something back in the day for me. This thing is probably my favorite part of the cover. Is this going to be our new buddy for 15 hours? I guess we'll find out. So we got some sort of goose thing. We've got bootleg Geodude, it looks like. We have cat thing. We have literal Triceratops. We have our boy Suezo. And then this thing is supposed to be the mascot of Monster Rancher, but also, how many times am I going to say Monster Hunter throughout this playthrough? Probably a lot, I'm guessing. Alright. Monster Rancher 2, the breeding frenzy continues. Every CD you own contains a monster. Monster Rancher 2 can unleash hundreds of monsters from your common household CDs. That's right. You can actually use this game software to spawn unique monsters from any CD you own. Music CDs, PC software CDs, or even other game CDs. Every CD you own contains a monster that you can unleash into the world of Monster Rancher 2, and then nurture and raise him or her to be the ultimate fighting machine. Unlock secret expeditions, levels, and monsters. Release your Monster Rancher 1 monsters into the world of Monster Rancher 2. Monster Rancher 1 software is not required to play Monster Rancher 2. So I looked through all of my memory cards, and I evidently did not keep my save from Monster Rancher 1. So those Monster Rancher monsters that are Suezo and our dinosaur thing, they're all off on the Monster Rancher farm out upstate, and I'm sure they're living a very long, happy life up there. But we've moved on with our lives to Monster Rancher 2, to new and shiny Suezos. Alright. Praise or punish him. He seems pleased. Play games with him. Okay. Here's the literal Triceratops again. Fight. Oh, Mochi, that's right. It's spelled with a Y in this, but I thought it was with 2 I's instead of a Y. I don't know. There's our boy Suezo. You're the master. Fully interact with your new pets. Okay. Hundreds of new monsters with monstrous attitudes. Start unleashing your monsters today. Visit Tecmo at tecmoinc.com. I don't think I will. Warning. Breed monsters at your own risk. Alright. 1 or 2 players, 1 memory card block. I don't see anything weird in the legal text here. So according to the ESRB, this doesn't have a rating on it, but it's animated violence. Okay, so this is E for everyone. E for everybody. Everybody can breed monsters. And there's just some violence. Not much, though. And then we got... This is the amazing behind-the-disc art in the jewel case. Alright. Monster Rancher 2. So it's pretty much the cover disc art, except it's on the disc. So, sure, nothing too crazy there. You usually don't see all of this on discs, so it's a little weird that they put all that on there, but sure. Like usually that's around the edges of the disc, like there's something there, but for whatever reason they put all Tecmo's contact information on the disc. All right. Okay. The breeding frenzy continues. Monster Rancher 2. Every CD contains monster. Yes, this is the same copy that's on the back of the disc. Yep, same screenshots, same description. So they have really lazy advertising department, I guess, or marketing department. They didn't even write anything unique for the magazine. That is, just take what we did for the back of the cover and slap it on the magazine. So if you weren't convinced by looking at it in the store, that's not going to do much to change your mind either, I guess. Okay, and then we got this. So here's the manual. Manual is virtually identical to the front cover, it looks like. Yep, how to use a disc. Welcome to the world of Monster Rancher 2. Thank you for purchasing Monster Rancher 2. To fully enjoy the game, we recommend that you read the manual thoroughly. Okay, well, I of course want to enjoy this. Oh! This game has Pocket Station support. Interesting. So I don't have a Pocket Station, so we can't try out any of that functionality. I should probably get one at some point. Though I'm fairly sure they didn't include support for Pocket Station in US games. Do I have a VMU over here? I do. Okay, so what the Pocket Station is, if you're not familiar, so this is a Dreamcast VMU. This is a hybrid of a memory card, and also it has buttons on it and a D-pad and a screen. So with the Dreamcast VMU, you could actually play games on it and then plug it into the system, and you could do saves and transfer stuff back and forth. The Pocket Station was essentially the same thing, except for PS1. It had this like memory card shape, and it folded up a little bit, and you could just put it in the front of your system, and then you could play games on it, like a Tamagotchi, essentially. Like really not very complicated games, but they were games nonetheless. The most notable example of that would have been Final Fantasy VIII had the Chocobo World thing, but that's kind of it. Like they weren't widely adopted, and it was kind of a thing that Sony made very briefly and then forgot about. So, all right. How to use a controller when fighting a monster. D-pad left is control. So, wait, so we can only move our monster to the left? Oh, this is weird. Okay, so they have move to the left, and then way the hell down here is, hey, you can also move to the right. Sure. L1 and R1 is to change techniques. Sure. Squares also change techniques. Oh, it's a cursor movement. Okay. Select is withdraw, so that's if we want to throw in the towel. Triangle is knockback. X is technique. So, from what I remember, that's pretty much the same as the first game. Alright, let's start. Turn the power on. Sure. Opening movie. Yeah. New game, load game, or versus mode. And then options. And where should we go? Ranch is where you raise the monsters. Errancy Management Office. You need to pay money in order to acquire greater skills. Okay. The town is where you obtain monsters. To the monster battle is, I guess, the arena. So that's also pretty much the same as the first game, if I remember correctly. It's been a couple years. Actually, just about 3 years at this point. Go to town when you want to obtain a new monster. Okay, calendar. Market, shrine, and lab. Allow them to hibernate. Okay. Hall of Fame, yeah. File, so that's where we save the game. Go back to the ranch, yeah. Okay, and the market is where we generate a monster from a CD. If you want to abandon your monster or combine them, go to the lab. Okay. Noted places in town, we got the market. That's where we generate our monster. I could have sworn it was like the temple or something in the first game, but now it's the market. Oh, the shrine. Yeah, there we go. So this is where we do it. So yeah, I was correct. It is a shrine. Lab, combine, freeze, revive, delete. Yep. So far, nothing too different from, oh god. Alright, we have a bird companion named Joy, apparently. And also Lif. Sure. The monster you've just obtained is 0 years old. Name it with love. Cannot change the name once you've started using the monster. Okay. Alright, raise the monster. Raising 1 is drill. Train the monster. Raising 2, erranty. Send your monster to various locations for an erranty for a period of 1 month. It will cost you money. Okay, so that's pretty much the same as the first game, if I remember correctly. There's like, you could send it out on quests. And then raising 3 is rest, yeah. Too much stress or even die, yep. Okay. Don't overwork your monster is what I got from that. Alright, parameters. So we got life is just HP. POW is physical attack strength. And lowers the power of enemies technique striking blows. That's interesting. Stronger, the harder to inflict damage. So it looks like POW is attack power and also defense in some weird way. So if you have a high POW, the enemy's attack will be lower, is what I'm reading from this. And then defense is combination of their attacks do less and also less able to hit, I guess. Ski? Sure. And that's accuracy? Why did they call it ski? Okay. Int. So speed is evasion. So it looks like defense and evasion do nearly the same thing. Okay. Int looks like ranged and psychic powers. Sure. Fame is popularity. Defeating an enemy, its popularity increase. Show some awesome abilities. Okay. Sure. Condition, these other parameters that indicate outcomes. How many times you ran away, number of times sick, number of injuries, general health, and likes and dislikes. Interesting. Okay. Loyalty. Okay, I think I remember this, that if the monster's not loyal to you, it won't attack sometimes, or it won't do the commands that you put in. Spoiler discipline, raise it strictly, it'll try to do its best, might not live long. Spoil it too much, it'll live longer, but might not become that strong. Yeah. Alright. Various events. Things might happen if you live on the ranch for a long period of time. Injury, sickness. Sent to rest till it gets better, yeah. Male, sure. A monster will escape from the ranch if it accumulates too much stress. Okay. When your monster improves its abilities, you might hear about adventurers. An adventure game will begin. Oh man. The items you get on that will become the ranch's belongings. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Select the menu, change the options screen, buy, sell. Side effects. I don't remember items being a huge part of the first game. The secret seasoning. Oh, and of course it's from the combining of monsters is where the secret seasoning comes into play. Oh boy. We'll dank that one later. Star Prune. A monster will become popular if it eats a Star Prune, sure. Improve health. So these look like just permanent buffs, it seems. Okay. So it still has the same tournament system as the first game. I remember that being really tedious. Yeah, so you have to win the S rank tournament. All the 4 tournaments in S rank to get Master Trainer, and hey, we're probably not going to do that. Because that's probably going to take like 100 hours, and I got a life to live here. Rather than play Monster Rancher. Battle, information, withdraw, drop out. Yes, that's pretty much the same as the first game. Alright. Monster's life gauge, battle time left, yeah. Guts. I remember that being a thing. Knockback. Yeah, if you're too close, you can do a knockback. I remember that being a thing. Yeah. Monster's guts will decrease when you resort to certain techniques. Interesting. I wonder if that's an anti-cheese strat mechanic or something. Don't continuously launch techniques without thinking. Might be a good idea to save your guts and wait for an opportunity. Okay. Okay. Foolery is fatal. If your monster's loyalty is low, it will tend to do foolery during a battle. Okay. Chances on your corner if your enemy does a foolery. Blow back for keeping your distance. Okay. Alright. Never lose a battle by KO. Okay, so if you think a battle is going to be lost, and if it's a lost cause at that point, always hit the select button to eject rather than get knocked out, because it looks like getting knocked out is something you really don't want to have happen in this game. Positive and negative character traits. Okay. Sure. Good monster has recovery and slap. Bad monsters has drain and heavy. Yeah. Okay. When you want to save your data, or when you want to continue where you left off. How do you save data? Select file from town or ranch. Yeah. Load data. Okay, so they let you have granular measurements of... I don't know. Alright. I don't think we care about any of that. Battle between monsters, that's 2-player mode. Don't care about that. And then importing Monster Rancher 1. We can't do that because I don't have the data anymore. Okay. General tips. Save frequently. Okay. Sure. Manage your money wisely. Sure. Plan a schedule for training, breeding, working, raising, and fighting monsters. Sure. Consider both your monsters' physical and emotional well-being at all times. Okay. Experiment with various combinations when mixing monsters at the lab. Try as many CDs as possible at the shrine. And above all, don't forget to rest your monster. Okay. And the warranty. And that's it for the menu. So let's get going here. All right. Let's do it. GB. Okay. For whatever reason, it didn't switch over to the correct output. I think it's this one, what we want. All right. This will turn on in a second. I was on the wrong profile here. All right. Our journey begins in the monster ranching. There we go. Okay. All right, hello folks, welcome. Welcome in a huge disaster. Hit the world. So I think the first game had like a full 3D opening cutscene, and this is very different. Yeah, this is totally Tale of the Sun. I think it did a similar thing though, where it had text on the bottom of the screen rather than narration. 5% too loud? No, it's at -10 on the meters. I did turn up the audio a little bit earlier. We can do that. Alright, there's our boy Suezo. And then there's Golem. Oh man. That one's new, I think. I don't remember that. It's just a whale. Okay. What the hell is that? It's... Yep, there's Ayla Mouse. We can check that box. Yeah, Aquas. A whale board. I gotta get one of those things. Alright. Let's see what kind of options we got here. So they give you a sound test. That's pretty rare in most games of this from this year. They got stereo mono, and then oh, it's defaults. Okay. Sure. Burp. All right. 97.99. All right. Our journey begins. Alright. Are there any amazing symbols on the... Oh, no. BS. Sure. Sure. Yeah, no drum and bass yet. It's like the trainer type test. Okay. Oh, geez. They're getting personal right off the bat, huh? No. Always make time for romance. Sure. His name is Peepo. Sure. Brother. Brother. To truly succeed? I could go with no. Nah. I'm confused. No? Why'd you be confused? Just... Money can solve most problems? Yeah. Most problems. Nah. Sure? No matter what. It's okay to fail sometimes, folks. It's okay to fail. Come on, Monster Rancher. Alright. So Monster Rancher 2, collecting all my personal information now. Please wait here. We gotta go sell your data. Alright. Polita, female. Need to place Gallo. 1,000. 92 out of 100. But a little hasty. Sure. Okay. So she's just gonna live with us now? Alright. Okay. Coltia. I'm Coltia. Please call me Colt. Okay. Sure thing, anime girl. Oh god. Alright. We're practically married now. Win the major 4. Sure. Obtain a monster at the market, the town, or at the shrine. Oh, the slates are probably importing your save data from the first game. That's probably how you get those. Which, again, I don't have my save data from the Monster Rancher 1 playthrough. It did not make it onto my memory card somehow. I think I probably just deleted it right after we finished playing it. Because I didn't know we could have imported it into 2. Still a rookie, okay? So a rookie is my teacher and assistant now. Great. Sure. I actually kind of dig this music. I like it. It's jaunty. Anything I'd like to ask about? Not really, because I read the manual. But we'll ask about the AST. Yeah, rip in peace, Suezo 1, 2, and 3. I think we produced 3 Suezos. And they're all on the farm upstate right now, playing with the other Suezos. I'm sure of it. Just like me. Okay, well, hey, tournaments are where you fight your monsters. Major 4 is the 4 S-rank tournaments. You beat those, you beat the game, apparently. The stones are CDs such as the Grandstream Saga. Ranch is where we're going. Okay. Am I done? Yes. Game over. Alright. Ranch is not gross. You take that back. It's delicious. Alright, so we're going to the shrine because we have discs to use here. I don't think I have the Doctor's CD handy. I might. I'll have to check. Okay. Stones CD. And Slate's backup data of Monster Rancher. Okay, so as I figured, that's what the slates are for. Okay. It's nice that there's a help button for every command. Okay. Insert the CD. Alright, so requested was the Good Doctor, which I might have in here. I do. I have Gameshark Toolkit. Like, here, we'll, let me boot up the old remote camera here. Alright, so this is how you Monster Rancher. So here's our absolutely legitimate Gameshark. There's the Doctor with this incredible. Yep, there's the Doctor. All right, so insert the CD, push X button. So there's that. And then we close it up. And hit the X button. Reinsert Monster Rancher 2 and push X button. Okay. Alright. I regret to tell you that what? This rare monster... What? 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 Dr. Gameshark is too rare. What the fuck? Okay, well we know where we can get a good monster from now. Okay. The game knows. It knows the signature of Gameshark discs, apparently. Oh boy. Alright. Alright, this time we're going with The old standby, the Grandstream Saga. Alright. The Grandstream Saga will surely net us a Suezo. Alright. I hit the X button. Alright, here's the big moment. Okay. What does the Grandstream Saga give us? Oh? What the fuck is that? Alright, it gave us Lanky Kong. Hey, Boix. Hey, thank you for the host, Boix. I appreciate it. Alright, we got Lanky Kong from Donkey Kong 64. Okay. Pigs of the Ranch? No, it's going in the garbage. I want a Suezo. All right, we can freeze it at least. All right, we'll keep this, but we're gonna freeze it. Sure. Okay. This must be your first visit. Dodge. Okay. Combiner freeze. This is the place. All right, we're putting Lanky Kong on ice for now because we need a Suezo. Yes. Into the vats, Lanky Kong. Yeah, we can combine our monsters. Oh, that helped. Alright, let's see what, this stone. Okay. So this time it's gonna be Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace for the PlayStation 1. Quality video game. In every single way. Alright. We got 2 rare ones already? Okay, so Star Wars and Game Shark are both rare. Sure? Well, so next, let's try Let's try Overblood. We're gonna try North American Overblood next. See if we can use the luck of the Peepo to get us an incredible monster. That's crazy. That 2 out of 3 were rare monsters. Okay. Hey, Hidden. 3 out of 4 are rare monsters. So if you want the rare monsters, just use dank PS1 games, apparently. Alright, what if we try Japanese Overblood? So North American Overblood was a rare monster. What about Japanese Overblood? God. The disc. This is really awkward to have to keep doing this. Please just give me a Suezo game. Come on. And... there we go. Okay, so Japanese Overblood is different from North American Overblood as far as the game is concerned. Alright. Please be a Suezo. Oh, it's a slime. Okay. That's not exciting. Okay. Alright, slime. Curious looking monster. No. Oh, shit. Is that okay? No. Alright, next up is Overblood 2, Disc 1. And this is the working version of Overblood 2. So if you recall the Overblood 2 playthrough, I originally bought a copy of Overblood 2 from eBay, and apparently the original release of Overblood 2 is you can't complete it. There's a game-breaking bug in that version of Overblood 2. What does it read from the CD? It probably is just like a... sees how many tracks are on it and track length of the data track and or the audio tracks, and then uses that to see. How many is that? Is that 4 out of 6 now? 4 out of 6 are rare. This... okay, Overblood 2, Disc 2. Holy shit. This is... I don't even know where my Juggernaut disc is. Like, I didn't think this would be an issue, so I didn't bring that many discs over to my streaming station here. But apparently this is going to be an issue. Alright. So this is Overblood 2 disc 2. Okay, here it is. Please be a Suezo. Please. Yes! Overblood 2 coming in the clutch. Alright. It's go time, boys. It's go time. We got our boy. Alright. So, PAL release of Overblood 2, the Eon release, and it's Disc 2 of the Eon Overblood 2 re-release. We'll get you a Suezo. Absolutely. And then we also have Lanky Kong on ice for when this Suezo inevitably runs away from the farm. So this is Suezo... This is our 4th Suezo, I think? So this is... Suezo the 4th. I'm pretty sure we had 3 before in the first game. Alright, Suezo 4. Alright. That only took 24 minutes. Alright. Can we save the game here? Okay. Not 1, sure. Okay. Alright. Let's get to it. This, so I'm trying to think back to when we played through the first one, and the first one was pretty much nothing but, like, 2D for everything. Like, the only thing that was 3D were the monsters in the regular screen for this, and then in the arena combat, and everything else was a 2D, like, matte painting. And then also 2D sprites during the work. Give it this month. Oh, we don't have any food, do we? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, it likes potatoes. Most monsters don't like it. A few do. The Suezo does, it sounds like. Baby monsters. Okay, so it likes fish. We're busy monsters. Tend to overeat this? Okay. Alright, it does like that. Okay. Alright. Our Suezo... Nothing but potatoes for Suezo. Well, actually, let's start off on the right foot here with our Suezo. Give it some fish. Alright, there's your 1 meal a week, Suezo. Alright. Ah, Master Pabs. Related to Mr. Pibbs. The greatest trainer. Okay. Keep up the good work. We haven't done anything, but alright. I have to go now. Okay. Nice talk, Mr. Pibb. #1 trainer among Ema. Sure. Yeah, Suezo's already escaping the farm. You have mail, okay. Is she reading my mail? That's a thick envelope. Okay. Send him on Aaron. Aaron? Sure. Very well. Okay. Alright, come back, Suizo. Alright, errantry is expensive. So if I remember correctly, so drills are free, but they don't give as many stat increases as errantry does. But errantry you have to pay for. And you just kind of had to figure out which worked best, I think, for those. We'll start off with drills. Oh god. Okay, so that's power up, fatigue up. So I'm pretty sure they all increase fatigue, and these increase it by a lot. Speed, defense. Okay, so where's our deficiencies in our Suizo? We can get a good look at our melon Suizo, our green soul patch Suizo. Alright. Oh, that's right, there's... Okay. So it looks like it needs more life. I can't remember... Style even, dislikes milk, likes rest, don't we all? Okay, tail assault and spit. Hit percent A. So it looks like spit. We might want to keep Suizo as a ranged attacker. I recall there being some sort of cheese strat you could do, but it looks like int type or spit is primarily what we want. Okay. So that increases int. So increasing int and life is going to be ideal here. That's int down. Defense down. Ski. Okay. Alright. Time to study, Suizo. Studying with the toucan. Toucan teacher. Sure. Well done, Peepo. Okay. So the first game had like 2D sprites for all the little training stuff there, and now it's full 3D in this one, and I think it'll Suizo, be quiet. I think it lost some of the charm that the first game had for that. Okay, so we want more life. Life skill. Okay, let's meditate next. Suizo. No. Our Suizo is an angel who could never do anything wrong. Alright. Meditating is a little too difficult for our Suizo. So let's do some leaping. Alright. You can do it, Suizo. Oh? There you go, Suizo. Oh. That's easy in your noggin, Suezo. Alright. Well, hey, you got points for it. No. That is just a clever way to accomplish your goals. Alright, good job, Suezo. Hey, the game cheated, not me. Not me. I'm innocent in all this. My Suezo did it, not me. Okay, let's rest Suezo. Actually, is there you can only battle on certain days. Yeah, okay. And then, so it was... I'm a Chairman Cup. Grade A. Oh, we want to aim for the E Cup. Because that's one of the few ones that our Suezo can realistically accomplish. Okay, so that's the third week. Okay, I'm not sure how to read this chart. It's like... I'm not sure why the A's aren't... Oh. Never mind, I'm stupid. Never mind. I just figured it out. Okay, back to drills. Actually, let's see what Aaron trees we can do. Okay. Oh? Okay. You don't know anything about it? That's a pretty good sprite. Really? 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 This guy's giving us shit? No contact with monster for a month. $2,000? Okay, this better be worth it. Not for the low-ranked monster. Okay. A wild monster. Oh, great. What kind of school are we running here? You get the prize money? Okay. So there's bandit monsters out there? I like how he phrased that. You'll have a chance to get your monster killed. Oh, good. Let's send our Suezo off to his death. A discount, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We got the letter about the discount. Quick. Okay, so speed greatly up and life up. Skill up, life up. Int up. Okay, this is the one that I really want. Because we want lots of int and more life. Because we had pretty low life on this character. Let's do it. A new technique. Okay. Oh, man. Wanted. Ambusher. Fly Trapper. Blower. Spring Legs. Executioner, Hunty, Clear Lizard, Stinky, Meyer, Hardy. Oh man, this is fantastic. We're getting into Digimon territory here. Alright. Alright, I think Ambusher is probably going to be our best bet. Our rank E. Alright. Is this the throw-in conclusion to Shenmue 2? Hey, Mohammed. Alright. +5, +2. Take it. And new tech. Okay. New technique. Cliff leap. No, don't do it, Suizo! We took 20 minutes to generate you. Oh my god. You're just gonna fail this over and over again? Come on, Suizo. Come on, Suizo. There we go. All right. Only +2. Great. And that's it? Oh, Suizo. All right, well. You got halfway there at least. Praise it? Sure. Alright. I was too hard on it? I guess. So we missed the E-rank tournament. There's F-rank tournaments. Okay, there we go. Alright, we'll be good and rested for that then. So we'll rest, looks like 2 weeks in a row? Because I don't think I can train before the battle. Because that won't go well. Alright, this month, more fish. I guess I should check what that new technique we got is. End of the month? What? It's week 2 though. Stressed out. Well, that's fine. He's still tired? What? I already rested. Alright, well, hold on. Oh, that's the turn. Okay, that's the official... So that's the rank up and rank down tournament. And... pretty sure we're not ready for that. And that's a quarterly thing. So... I think we're still good. We do want to enter the Freshman Cup, though. Alright, Suezo. Yeah, rested a whole week, and now another week. And now he better be ready, because it's time to fight. Alright, good. Finally. Alright, we'll save before we go rumble in town. Alright. Tournament time. Let's do it. Free for all, Freshman Cup, 800 Gs. Little loyalty now. May do foolery. Well, there's not much we can do about that, so... Yep, sure. That's what the freshman tournament's for. Okay. Alright, so we gotta make sure to hit that select button when things get dire, health-wise. Oh man, your cat's trying to eat my Suezo. Match up the field. Okay. I never checked what that other ability is. Whoops. Alright. I think it shows all the fights that happen. Oh man. Sleep Bomb is the never-ending story dog. Okay. Alright. Alright, Suezo 4, you're up. Let's do this. It's high ski. Try to KO it before it gets our monster. Shouldn't we do that for every single fight? Hey, beat the other monster before it beats us. What attacks you can launch? Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's based off of distance is what attack you do. All right, so we have to backseat our Suezo in order to control it. Change attack advice. Okay. Okay. Won't like to go toward the walls or its opponent. So, are we just gonna have it stand still? Just a triangle. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the same combat. I think the camera is slightly different from what I've seen in the screenshots. It's like, it's an isometric kind of camera instead of just straight on side view like most fighting games. Sure. But otherwise, besides the camera, alright, we have much better stats except for speed. Okay. Foolery! Oh, God. Foolery. This is coming down to the wire here. Got him. Whew. Good job, Suezo. You won in complete silence. Alright, we defeated Dog Thing. Spit turned into Lick because I pressed square on the controller. And I think that's the toggle abilities button. Okay. So our opponent is Winston from Overwatch again. Alright, Palmer versus Nats. Yep. Alright. It's a giant rabbit. Alright, Suezo. It's go time. Sure. Alright. Oh, this is... Okay, so this is another dog. We got Water Dog this time with high skill. The stats on this thing are much better than the last one. Holy crap. Alright. We're pulling the chute on that one. So we do not want to get KO'd. And the next hit there would have been a KO. Because we're clearly outclassed there. Much better stats on Winston. Consolation match, okay. Okay, so we still have the third place match. Alright, Palmer. Alright, this time we got this. This thing has a lot of life, but still... Okay, low defense at least, so... Oh man. Our Suezo... Foolery. Ease, what? I don't know what it means by ease. It looks like we're gonna win on percentage anyways, though. Okay. All right. So we can still timer scam this. I think I did that a lot in the playthrough of the first game, where you would just get high speed, I think, on your monster, do just enough damage to win on percentage, and then just wait it out. Wait out the timer. All right, Suezo the fourth is 2 for 3. I'll take it. The final. Did we lose to the eventual champion? Yep. Yeah, okay. So... Winston is just steamrolling the newbie tournament, apparently. Okay, well, sure. Fame status. Alright, what we get for fame? No change. Nobody likes our Suizo. Nobody likes a timer scammer. It's not gonna gain you any fame. Congratulations, you did chip damage and then waited out the timer. GG. Alright, well... we got something out of it, at least. Learned a lesson in this tournament. Bet. Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah. Good job, Suizo. Now back to work. Alright, is Suizo tired? Yep, Suizo's tired. Alright. Oh no, no, no. Suizo's probably just acting tired, though. Official tournament week, well... we got owned in the F-rank tournament. We're not entering the E-rank tournament. I should reconsider? Okay, well... alright, sure. She really wants me to enter this E-rank tournament. Maybe we'll just timer scam our way to the win. Sure, fine. There's no entry fee, so why not? Alright. I'm sure this was gonna go great, but anime girl insisted that we enter. Okay. Sure. This looks winnable. We still won on percentage. It looks like. Yep, okay. Alright, so we just gotta be a little more careful and we could probably make a run here. Alright, Suezo the fourth. So far, so good. Oakley Man. Sure. Uh-oh, if Nats is already losing. Nats made it to the finals in the last tournament. Alright, we're fighting Oakley trademark man. Alright, decent amount of life, power, so practically no ranged. Okay. And this thing's just a blob. Oh, dang. We don't want to get hit by that. That'll probably just straight up kill. And that's a range 3 attack too. Ah, interesting. So if I... Holy shit. That didn't go great. I think we're actually out for the rest of the tournament too, because we got KO'd. Shit. I should have just kept what chip damage I did and just hung back. No, I don't think I'm going to count those as deaths. Okay, so it doesn't drop you out of the tournament. Interesting. I think it did in the first game. If you got KO'd, it knocked you out for the rest of the tournament, but they don't do that in this one, apparently. Which is nice. It's actually nice that they do that in this one. Alright, so this one's got even stats all around, it looks like. Oh, foolery, that's guaranteed to hit. Dang it. More foolery. Come on, Suezo. Get it together. Okay, good. Still one. I'll take it. Yeah, but that's the only thing Suezo's good at so far. Because he doesn't have enough power to do much with the tail whip attack. So I'm pretty sure that in order to win this tournament, you probably have to just win all the matches. Because that's kind of how it was in the first game, where probably Oakley Man is going to win every single fight. Oh, it didn't. Okay. That's a nice change from the first game, because in the first game it was like, hey, this one monster dominates and you have to win every match, including against that one monster. And then you can win the tournament. Alright, Suizo. Alright. 57 life. But high speed. We should have this. And it's only got level range 3 attack. Interesting. So we want to stay close to Nats. That's an interesting strategy for that monster. I have only range 3 attacks. Yeah, we gave Nats the business. And Nats remember, Nats made it to the finals in the last tournament. Oh boy. And now they're 0 for 4. Poor Nats. Can't win them all. Okay. Alright. So hopefully... Alright, one of these two is gonna lose. And hopefully it's Oakley Man, because I... Yes! Alright. And I think we've already beaten Leone in the last tournament, I want to say. And we've already beaten Juno Mool earlier, so... Either there is a tiebreaker match, or I think we just win, because we beat Juno earlier. Okay. Not winning this damage race so far. Alright, Suizo. Get it together. Okay. Do I even dare trying to do any more damage? I'm gonna have to now. Alright, Suizo. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Shit. Suizo's the anti-clutch. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Dang it. I shouldn't have even tried to attack. I think that the foolery just lost it. Alright, at least we got more wins than Nats did. So that's something. Well, if we need to go to the shrine and summon another Suizo, at least we know how to achieve that. Wars are tied. A tie-breaking match, yeah, so that would have been... Oh. Okay. We got another chance. We got a salty run back. Sure. Alright. This is for all the marbles. Alright, Suizo, it's not over yet. You can't die yet, Suizo. Back into the ring one more time. No, no foolery. Okay. Got him. Got him. All right. Our Suezo has ranked up. Unless there's another match. All right. Even though we lost a whole bunch, we're the champions. Suezo the Fourth, the new champion. So even though we somehow lost the F rank cup, we won this one. All right. All right. All right. Hopefully we gain some fame from this. Hey. All right. Good job, Suezo. Now back to the mines. He's probably going to want to sleep for like 2 months after this now. And he's probably injured because he got knocked out twice. Learned a lesson. Okay. Somehow I got power from that. Sure. Great job, Suezo. Uh-oh. All right, Suezo, you have earned some meat this month. Suezo's not looking good. Yes, this is my residence. Good. It's from Ima. Okay, can we put in our Grand Stream disc now and generate a more powerful Suezo? International Monsters Association. And the A is not capitalized for some reason. First rank. Okay. Nope. Okay. Beginner to master, but is being rank 1 good? First level, okay. 9 ranks. Hi. Oh, alright, that bald guy's back. Did you hear about the meats? What does Mr. Pibbs want this time? Ima and Fimba. What? Okay. Every 4 years. 5-on-5 battle, 5 different grades. Huh. I'm pretty sure monsters don't last for 5 years. If I remember correctly, in the first game, they lasted like 6 or 7 tops. So you could really only enter one fully trained monster. The elimination tournament at the end of this month. Huh. Man, they make you enter tournaments all the time in this one. The first game, you could like enter a tournament every 3 or 4 months. So it looks like the emphasis on this game is much more on the combat than it is on the raising simulation part. You spoiled it. Eh. I'm sorry. Okay, well, he's not injured. So that's reassuring. Alright, Suizo, back to the barn. Okay. Alright, what's our calendar looking like? So that's the elimination tournament. Okay, so we'll train today and then rest next week and then enter that tournament there. And probably lose, but you never know. Okay, so some more life would be good. But Speed and int, I think, is probably going to be more like it. So let's do leap. Alright, Suizo. Don't cheat this time. Alright? This is like the Oto Gunga level of Star Wars. Alright. We have pleased the bird this time. And our speed's leveled up. Okay. Alright. Week of rest, and then back to the cage matches. And let's see before we enter that. Hey, I actually liked the Oto Gunga level in the speedrun. That was one of my favorite levels to do because the tricks in it were fun to do. Alright. Let's participate in this tournament and probably get owned, but we'll give it a go. Don't get KO'd. Okay. Alright, proper Coliseum this time. The Torble Arena. Alright. What is that? Is that like a scroll? Sure. Oh. Okay. This thing is really high skill, so it's gonna have high chance to hit. And high speed. Okay. It looks like we still have kind of a chance here. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Okay. that was a little too close. I was getting farmed there. All right. Okay. Alright. Next fight is against Slime. Okay. So this thing has better stats almost across the board, but I'm sure we got this. Capella and his dumbass noodle arms have got nothing. I gotta pay attention when they're doing foolery, because that's my opportunity to give them the business. Nope, don't. Okay, good. Nope, no foolery. Alright. Timer scam in progress. If we can spit our way to victory, I'll take it. Okay. Alright. Dumbass noodle arms. No match for my Swizzo. Okay. So if we can just beat Miriam, which so far she's 0 for 2. But of course she's gonna turn into LeBron here against me. As usually happens. I think we could have our easy tournament victory here. Okay. A really low HP. Just like the bunny fight. Oh, she's got a lot of ranged attacks. so we just gotta... We just have to get a hit in. There we go. So we gotta get right in her grill. And just keep being aggressive, and that's our only path to victory. Anger! There we go. Get her! Alright. Victory. And that should just give us a tournament victory, because it's elimination. Okay. Did it. Alright, our Suizo is going to represent the continent. Suizo the Fourth. Man, the tournaments in this one are a lot easier in the early game than they were in the first game. I remember having a much tougher time early on in Monster Rancher 1. How much pain did we get? Only 3 more pain. Okay. Alright, our Suizo is getting famous. Okay, that's more int. I'm okay with this. Great job, Suizo. Now go sleep for like 3 weeks. Alright, back to fish, Suizo. Oh my god, the power chin with the sweat emoji is certainly something. Man, the mailman's here just constantly. Good. Oh, okay. Qualified to participate in the I'm a Fimba Meet Rank D. Okay. That's formed by the end of the month. Well, extra caution, not get injured. Okay. Just in case we really screw this up, I'll just save here. Okay. Is there... So the next battle is that the 2000G team competition. Okay. So we're depending on the rest of our team to not be horrible too. And who knows, it might be that rabbit on our team. Alright, let's go for more speed. Alright, Suizo. Dodge this giant rock. Just move, Suizo. Come on. Suizo! Suizo! Suezo, you didn't see that rock coming with your big-ass eye? I am disappointed, Suezo. Seems tired. Well, you're gonna dodge that rock, Suezo. Alright, Suezo, there's a rock coming. What are you gonna do? There you go. That's my boy. You impressed the bird. Alright. Now you can rest, Suezo. You didn't disappoint me this week. It's the X day of the meet. Recorded in the history. Let's not get embarrassing. Why is she suddenly speaking in English? Just for did they not have somebody proofread this special dialogue? Come on, Tecmo. Localization was so good, and then it got to this day. Alright, let's go to the meet. Let's go embarrass ourselves in front of the whole continent. Yeah, don't get KO'd yet. Same advice every time. Alright. The two continent are all gathered. Oh, it's that guy. Okay. I won't let you down. But Suezo might. What's she got to be nervous about? Battle schedule, okay. Oh, all the ranks are competing, okay. The other continent is fielding a square, it looks like. Okay. Gunburn. So there's 2 Suezos. There's 4 Suezos competing. Oh, man. We're up against a fellow Suezo in Scott. Miss Holly. Yes. With her dead eyes staring straight ahead. Don't tell her that. Oh man, she's making things awkward right out of the gate. Is this strategy? All right. Man, way more plot in this one. There's nowhere near this amount of plot in the first game. Because really the plot of the first game was, hey, fight your monsters. And that was it. But this has actual story to it. Planning on winning too. Sure. I sure do. All right. Maybe if we do happen to lose our fight, maybe the other 4 will win theirs, and we'll still be good. All right. Scott has a giant unibrow. So this isn't Scott, this is Anthony Davis. Alright, let's get him. Uh-oh, he's got a range 4 attack. Oh, shit. Okay, let's not get hit by that again. Oh no. We had that. We had that until we didn't. Oh man. That would have been a one-shot regardless, even if I was at full HP. I'm not worried about winning next time. I'm worried about my Suezo not being dead. Because that was a lot of damage all at once. Alright, maybe we'll still win the tournament. Okay. So far, so good. Alright, it's gonna come down to the last fight. Is our Zapdos gonna lose to Tan Square? Nope. Alright, we still won. The Suezo wins in the end. Who's that? So there's unrelated guy up here now? Okay. This is suddenly the Dragon Ball guy. It's Master Roshi. Applause from the people. Alright, well, we won anyways. So just as I figured. Suezo gets all the applaud. Look at that prize money. Oh, no win bonus. But doesn't matter. Had victory. Now we just gotta hope that our Suizo isn't dead. I don't think this ranks us up. This is just a plot battle, I think. We probably have to be like rank A, perhaps. A or B to get the rare shrine thing, I'm guessing. Alright. You almost had it, Suizo. Alright, we got the fall music now. Alright, more fish for Suizo. Official tournament, I don't think Suizo is going to be entering that, because we've been working Suizo half to death. Okay. Let us learn the techniques of how to raise 4 of their monsters? Okay. Really? They're giving me 4 more monsters when I can barely take care of one Suizo? Worm. Hanger. Galley. Mew. Oh man, we want Mew. Look at that thing. Oh, so that, yeah, that unlocked some of the other ones. That must be what it means then. Okay. So that, yeah, that expanded our database options. Should we put our Suizo on ice and see what the Grandstream Saga gets us? If we can get a Mew from there. And we can just throw away what we get. Alright, Suizo, instead of letting you sleep, I'm gonna give you the longest sleep of them all. Cold storage. Alright, Suizo, into the freezer. Heard about it. Allow you to reproduce 4 monsters when you bring it to stone. Sure. Alright. So wait, we already tried Grandstream, and it gave us Lanky Kong, right? And it was Star Wars and Game Shark. Okay, we're gonna try Dr. Game Shark again, and see which one Dr. Game Shark gives us. If this gives us a Mew. Yeah, and Overblood 1 and 2. Really? Rare monster. Okay. So Dr. Game Shark is still very rare, apparently. Alright, we'll try Star Wars. Alright. So that was Star Wars. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. And... there we go, okay. So this is one of the new 4. Let's see what Star Wars gives us. All right. This thing looks strong. Cool. All right. This one's got decent stats too. Like all around. Sure. This one looks like a Peepo to me. Peepo 2. Sure. No numerals for this one. Because this is a robot. No numerals for robots. Alright. Back to the ranch, Peepo. Yeah, of course the Star Wars just gives us a robot-looking one. Or sorry, droid. Droid TM. Oh, man. And it just floats around? Okay. What? Alright. Level 4, level 3. Let's look at our robot. Okay. Sure. All right. So what he's got? Likes potatoes, dislikes meat. Okay, that's good. Our robot likes the cheap food. Good-natured. It's got punch and kick. Okay. And so it's only got close-range attacks for now. And that would make sense because it's got high power. It's got high power and high intelligence. Interesting. So it looks like we want to work on its speed so that it can close the gap quicker. Alright. Let's send Peepo on a little trip. 2,000. Alright, speed and life. Power, life. Int. Skill. Alright, let's send a bunch of the mountains. Acquire a new technique. Alright. Go get it, Peepo. Stream you. Alright, we'll go after Haze here. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Alright, let's go on an adventure. Alright, Peepo. So this is supposed to be a mini game. The back of the box described this as a mini game, and there's no game to this. because I'm not... This isn't even interactive. Okay, we got a new technique. Alright. So better than Suezo so far. Turned into Crash Bandicoot suddenly. Alright, hopefully it's something other than a range 1 technique. Sure. Well done, Peepo. Alright, so nice cheap potatoes for you, Peepo. 10 whole G. Oh. Okay, that's pretty great. Peepo's stressed out. Alright, it's okay, Peepo. Okay, let's actually keep pressing circle. Alright, what is that new technique that we got? Okay, so we have a max range attack. And there's this... I'm not sure what that means. But okay, maybe it's a cute attack. Costs 19 guts to do. So we got min range and max range. Yeah, but we got Rocket Punch now, I guess. Okay. Well, I'm okay with having max range and mid range. That's actually pretty good. Okay. How about some more power then? This domino. Okay. Alright. And it gives +4? Dang. That gives a ton. Wow. Alright, rest. I love how it makes the beginning of the PlayStation boot sound when it powers down. I'll make sure to point that out the next time we rest, because that's amazing. I wonder if they did that on purpose. Okay, if this gives +4 to power, then we're gonna keep... Oh, jeez. It's alright, Peepo. You tried your best, Peepo. Peepo 2 came from Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Alright, more potatoes for you, Peepo. We have mail. It's been like a whole 5 minutes since we've gotten mail. Ah, price reduction. Okay. Alright, we'll send him on another adventure. Peepo's stressed out. Just that, but he's well, so we're gonna send him on an adventure. Yeah, 1,000. Okay. Speed, power. Let's send in to Mandy this time for more power. Good technique, okay. Alright, we'll take on plate while we're there. Come on, Peepo, you can do it. There you go, Peepo. Sleeping camel, okay. You have to just lift it up. Okay. I also just noticed that Peepo has Heelys on. Oh, okay. And that's success? Alright, sure. And we got a new technique. Good. Okay. Okay. Oh, Peepo. You did your best. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we gonna have to get out the shoebox? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, all right. Okay. All right, Peepo, I'm sorry. So sorry, Peepo. Loyalty 0. Alright, back to training, Peepo. You rested up in the hospital. Now go push over these dominoes. It's okay, Peepo. Free-for-all elimination, New Year Cup. Okay, so we'll enter that next week. And I think we can get away with training. A little more training here. Oh, come on. Let's do it. May do foolery. It'll be fine. Okay. Alright. Pretty sure we could just rocket punch our way to victory. Hey, there's furry whale again. Oh, and it lost. Dang. Alright. We're fighting another generic cat monster again. Alright, Peepo. Let's get him. Oh, we're fighting a cat girl this time? Alright. Apparently there's cat girls in this game. With... Holy shit, those stats. Wait, this is the F Cup, isn't it? This is the... Oh. This doesn't seem fair. This doesn't seem fair. Why is there an endgame monster in the F tier? Oh, good. And now Peepo's injured again. Oh, for fuck's sake. And there's also Duck. And unsurprisingly, Kitty won it all. Oh boy. Wow, the monster with like every stat maxed out won the tournament. Surprise. So we didn't get any money from it, and it put us in the hospital. 0 fame. What a surprise. Oh boy. Hopefully Peepo's not dead. Oh no. So long, buddy. It was a good one. What's wrong, Peepo? Oh boy. Slightly unlucky. Oh man. Things like this happen. Peepo 2. I'll never forget you, Peepo 2. It so lives. Is there necromancy in this game? Building an altar in order to pray for its soul? It's a robot. It's a robot. It doesn't have a soul. It'll cost a lot. Well, no, because we spent like 4,000 on Peepo 2. Alright, fine. Alright, fine. 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 Yeah, that's good. Are we paying him for the funeral and so he guilted us into this? Like... Oh, my friend. And he's gonna give me a generous kickback. Goodbye, Peepo 2. Result, 1 lot. Peepo 2 did 1 fight and just got fucking killed. Just straight up murdered in 1 fight. Oh my god. Yeah, let's bring Suezo over here to let him know that, hey, this will happen if you don't train. Okay, well, I guess we're taking our Suezo off ice. Oh my god. Brutal. Alright, and then back to the jaunty town music. Alright, Peepo, you're up. Suezo. We still have Lanky Kong on ice, but we're getting our Suezo. Yep, a single attack, 1 attack. We got off a missile that missed, and then we're just immediately 1-shot. Alright, Peepo. Suezo, you were on ice for a little bit, but you didn't miss anything. I just had to briefly put you on ice for reasons. Don't ask Colt about anything that happened in the meantime. Nothing happened. We just went on a vacation for a little while. And, we couldn't bring you with us. That is why. Suezo 4, that's a... Easily enraged. Sure. Confident. And nothing else. Okay. Alright. Let's do our best to raise Suezo. Because we clearly didn't with our other one. We got 41 loyalty on this one. Why does it look like he's tired? You were on ice for like 4 months. Spit and lick. Oh, Lick does some withering damage. It costs 22 to do though. It has way worse hit percent. Alright, Suizo. Alright, go study with your tutor, a toucan. Truancy. Come on, Suizo. Seems sorry. Okay. Alright, you better not be tired from that, Suizo. Oh my god. Suizo, get your ass back in class. This bird's got things to tell you. Alright. There you go, Suizo. No, that's Monster Rancher Doodle, and that's the game we're literally playing right now. So yes. Not Monster Hunter, Monster Rancher. Okay. No tourneys today. Prepare cup, round robin. No, Peepo didn't die. We sent him off to a farm upstate to frolic with the other Peepos. We absolutely did not murder him. Prize is a magic banana. Okay, maybe we want that. All right, let's work on our speed just a little bit. All right, Suizo. Want some rest next week? Okay. Well, we're not getting the magic banana next week then. Okay, fine, Suizo. Suizo. I'm disappointed, Suizo. This fish is getting expensive, but sure, we can't just give it potatoes like we could for Peepo. Official tournament? Well, we have no hope in hell of winning that. Stressed out. I did. Alright, Suizo. Grant your wish. Let's just rest for this week. Let's see. Let's try leap again. Meditate? How about meditate? Suizo? No. Plus 11, dang. Okay. This is week 3. So there's a tournament next week for promotion. Oh, we might as well give it a try. Maybe we can cheese our way to victory again. And hopefully there aren't any entrants with like 600 in every stat like last time. Alright, Suezo. It's the same advice every time. Like, come on, game. I've done a tournament before. Let's win. These are the same ones that we fought in rank E, I think. Okay. Yep, so this is Giant Dog. This is Clifford the dog, except it's yellow instead of red. This is gonna be rough, I think. Suezo, how are you missing hitting that thing? And how are you getting hit by that? This we gotta pull the chute on that. We're not risking injury. We're getting blown up by giant dog thing. Man. I think I lost to Milliam last time. Alright. Up against Winston again. Okay. High speed. I did? I did. Oh yeah, that's right. Milliam had like really low HP. Still got foolery. Yeah, this high speed is gonna make this difficult. Okay, we got a crit. Okay. Alright. Clutch spits to the face. Alright, so it's not a complete shutout at least. Once. So hopefully we just don't have to face off against Sleep Bomb again. Uh-oh. 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 We need Sleep Bomb to start losing. Because if there's a tiebreaker match against Sleep Bomb, we know how that's gonna go. Okay. Okay. Well, that went pretty smoothly. Flawless victory. Okay. Alright, Sleep Bomb. Let's start losing. Alright, come on, Winston. Get him. Get him. Well, I think that seals it for Sleep Bomb, I think. Ugh. So at least probably get second here. But second is not first. Alright, so she had a bunch of long range stuff, I think. Yeah, it's mostly long range for her. And we just gotta connect with like one good. She missed an 87%er. Oh no. No way. No way. I was trying to move forward towards her so I could do something, but... Oh, God. It'd be nice if Suizo could do Ray. Well, now we're definitely not doing a tiebreaker. And Sleep Bomb is just running away with it now. Alright, Suizo. Just don't get injured, Suizo. I can't afford any more hospital bills. Okay. So this thing just has a ton of defense. And it has all kinds of skills. Great. Dang. This thing just hits like a truck. Okay, we gotta do that. We can't afford any more Suizo hospital bills. Alright, so clearly Suizo is not quite there yet for getting out of rank D. Hey, Sleep Ball finally lost. Okay. I'll take it. And the winner is Gigantic Dog thing. Did we lose fame? Alright, we got 100. That's something. Wait, we used to have fame 6, now we're fame 4. Now we're fame 1. Great. Suezo's got to get back in the gym, I guess. You did a great job, Suezo. Besides the parts where you failed me, you otherwise did great. The fish costs more now. Huh. Rest up for the week, Suezo. Okay. Alright. So I think that'll do it for our first Monster Rancher 2 session. So we'll call that there. And then we will move on to the second half of King's Quest 6 now. So we'll pick up Monster Ranch. Hello? What? Hello? Did this crash? Why did this stop, What in the hell? Was there some, There we go. That's weird. Okay. Weird. Alright. So, I'm going to step away for a couple minutes here. And then, we'll finish up King's Quest 6 today. Okay? Alright, stay tuned. Okay. Alright, I had a bunch of things to do there, because I had to move all that stuff out of the way and get set up for this one. Alright. King's Quest 6. Air today, gone tomorrow. So we are on part 2 of this one. And we are roughly halfway through the game. So, as we do here, I do a thing that I like to call Previously on King's Quest 6. Air today, gone tomorrow. Previously, a spectacular 50 meg animated introduction sets the stage for adventure. Sure. Look at this amazing 6 FPS cutscene.
Against his best efforts, he is dragged out to sea. Old lamps for new.
Old lamps for new.
Old lamps for new.
Not a very good swimmer, are you?
Brave the boiling pond.
Alright, I'm sure this will be fine.
And soon realizes a deep sympathy for soup vegetables as he learns the true meaning of being in a stew.
8 bottles of wild beast lard.
Oh, jeez.
A man so sour-nosed, into the waiting sea he goes.
Technology.
As an exception, you always should.
The spider who lives there is not amused. Alexander feels the tiny pinprick of the spider's bite and the slow burning of her poison.
Well, skipped all the talking, went straight to dying.
Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
Ah, I see.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Turn out this. Okay. Start timer. All right, so where we last left off, we had scaled the Cliffs of Logic. We had talked to the... Oh, that's right. I'm going to close down the game here real quick because I just remembered. Also, I just remembered that the audio is muted for this and this. And we can turn off this. And I need to turn it on for me too. So this one and this one. Okay, so... Alright, I'm assuming that is... Taking off your adventurer's cap so soon? It's, we must be using digital audio for that, I'm guessing. So for that we need Toslink. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let me just make sure that we got proper audio. Is that not coming through? Did I unplug something that shouldn't have been plugged in? I turned off my digital audio thing. That's why. That's why. You just missed all of Monster Rancher. You've not missed any King's Quest. Okay, can we just do this instead? Okay, that's working. We'll just do that. Okay. I messed around with audio settings the other day, and I think that should fix everything, though. So we get a slight buzzing, but that will resolve itself soon enough. Okay, so what I was going to do in here was I was going to downclock the CPU because we were having some issues with things running too quickly in the game last time. So we're actually going to use this kind of hack program. And what this does is somebody figured out that you could send kind of like garbage data and commands to the CPU, and you can actually turn off portions of the CPU by sending it commands through this program. So we essentially turned off the L2 cache of the CPU, and that slows it way down from where it currently is. So even though we're running at 450 megahertz right now, we're essentially performing about the same as a, like, let's say 66 megahertz 486, just by doing that. And we can do that while Windows is running. All right. Yeah, you missed previously. That's on my Twitter, though. Okay. I think we're good on audio now. Alright. Now we good. Alright, so previously we left off climbing the Cliffs of Logic. We spoke to the Winged Ones, and they told us that, hey, you're not ready to take on the Minotaur yet. You should go do that. So, how was our...
Alexander is standing on the small sandy cove of a rocky island. Around him, sheer granite cliffs block any further movement east or west. To the south, he is blocked by the sea. Boulders have emerged from the cliffs, providing a staircase to the top.
Okay. Alright, so... let's see. So we still have some stuff that we can get out in the world that we didn't yet. So I know one of them is the hole in the wall from the Isle of Wonder.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
So we couldn't get the hole in the wall previously because it would scurry away when we tried to pick it up, and it would hide behind the wallflowers.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
And in order to get the hole in the wall, which we will need very soon, we need to go to the pawn shop first. Alright, pawn shoppy.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Alright, so we're going to trade in our tinderbox.
There's no reason to use that.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
So, if we wanted to get some wallflowers to move out of the way, probably not the nightingale, probably not the paintbrush or the tinderbox, and that leaves the flute.
I'll take the flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet. Feel free to trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
Just don't play it in my shop. Alright. So now we got that. I believe that's all we can do here. I don't think we have anything for the bird. Yeah. We have this pearl. I can't remember what the pearl's for. I think it's for a spell, I want to say. But we don't need to worry about the spells for now. So you can see these animations taking a lot longer to do now that we've downclocked our CPU.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
So hopefully we shouldn't run into any issues with the game running too fast anymore. Alright, back to the Isle of
Alexander
Wonder.
feels a strange pulling sensation.
We're getting a lot of noise in the feeds here. I'm gonna actually go back to the Windows mixer here and see if I think the PC speaker. No, that's not the problem, apparently. Okay. Yeah, we're getting a lot of more noise than usual here. But, oh well. Okay. So there's a wallflower. Oh, there's a...
Those snapdragons don't like Alexander getting so close.
Yeah, those are still animating very quickly.
Zounds! Those wallflowers sure are shy, and the snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir.
Zounds.
Alexander decides to pick up the hole in the wall. A hole in the wall could be a very useful thing. Alexander startled the poor thing. It's run off to hide behind the wallflowers. The wallflowers, overcome with shyness at Alexander's approach, cluster together and cover the hole in the wall. Alexander can't get it.
What is Snapdragon's gonna do? Let's see. I'm not sure if this is a death condition, but...
Alexander approaches the snapdragons. Those unfriendly snapdragons don't want Alexander anywhere near them.
Okay, I guess it doesn't kill you. Alright, so the wallflowers won't let you near, so...
May I have this dance?
Oh, my!
Alexander stops playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them.
Alright.
While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall.
Okay, and there's this cup over here.
Alexander takes the teacup.
Alright, got a free teacup. So let's see. Spell book. Called for.
Alexander opens the bargain book and reads a paragraph at random.
Oh, this
Two
is the bargain book.
Phew,
okay.
What an incredibly boring book. No wonder the bookshop owner wanted to get rid of it so badly.
I guess that's how you figure out that book puts you to sleep. I thought we had a spell. Oh, it's down there. That's why. All right. According to the spell book, we need a cup of swamp ooze, and we have a cup now. We have a feather, and we have access to a paintbrush. So we have most of the things we need to do magic spell or magic paint. To make it rain, salt water not from the sea is required. Sacred water we don't have. Falling water from a waterfall, I guess. Skull full of embers, sulfur, and pure maiden hair. Okay. Alright, well the salt water we can get right here.
Why would Alexander want to put tears in a teacup?
Good question. Good question, Sierra. Alright, so we need swamp ooze or something.
What do you think you're doing?
You startled me. I was just getting some swamp ooze.
Well, you certainly won't get it there! That's not swamp ooze! That's swamp slime! He's right, you know. But he could be a little nicer about telling you. He's not a very pleasant stick in the mud. Nobody asked you! Be quiet! Oh, the trials of being a mere bump on a log.
Alright. What if we...
Where were you born? A barn? It's a pigsty back here. Yeah, all this stuff you got. What do you want to carry all this trash around for?
I love that. Alright.
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless, is he? Hey! Hey! What are you doing there? Watch the pulp, would you? Now, Bumpy! Remember all I've given you! The only thing you've ever given me is mud. Take this! No! Not into the swamp!
Did it lock up? Game? Hello? Game? 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 Maybe it's just like 5 if I alt-tab and tab back in. Alright. Welcome to King's Quest 6. It be like that.
Alexander.
I guess we can get that stuff later.
Alexander stops.
All right, well done, Alexander.
While the Alex
Okay. All right, let's save here. Sure. Okay. So now that we got the hole in the wall, we've got the hole in the wall. We've got the scarf, spell book. I believe we've got everything we need to tackle the labyrinth now. Okay. Maybe the game doesn't like that I downclocked it. You know what? Let's reboot the computer. So what I did do since I last streamed this was I pulled out the extra stick of memory that was in the computer, because sometimes it was only showing up with half of the memory. Welcome to classic computing, folks. It's real fun sometimes. Oh boy. I am playing this on a actual real computer from 1999. It's a Super Socket 7 based system with a 450 megahertz AMD K63. It's got a Voodoo Banshee video card, a Sound Blaster Live. It's got an MT32 interface card, 64 megabytes of RAM, an SSD for the hard drive, a CD drive that I'm not really using because we're just going to be using daemon tools to mount images of CDs. There's a USB floppy drive emulator, or floppy emulator. Man, that's really loud. Alright, we gotta let this finish booting here. Yeah, so we got Daggerfall, we got Windows 98 FF7, the best version of FF7. Ever get to play XCOM UFO? We did that in PS Explosion, so yes. We got pretty far until I called Dr. GameShark in UFO Defense. But we did get to the end of the game in that one. I did not like it because I generally don't like games like that. But I can see why people would like it and why it was pretty revolutionary for its time. And it certainly didn't help that the PlayStation version took up an entire memory card for your save, and it took like 2 minutes to load into each mission. Like, the load times in that game are ridiculous. There's actually a TAS of the game on TAS videos that was posted recently. Okay, so no errors this time. All right. And like a third of the task
pulls out his magic map.
Is load screens. There was 2 games, Reso. One was 007 : Racing.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
And the other one was probably a croc game. Maybe both. They both deserved it. Okay, so we're going to be taken away to the labyrinth now. Or at least the King Winged one said, hey, if you show up on our beach again, we're going to throw you in the labyrinth. And we're on the beach.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
I think this climbs to the top automatically once you're past the first screen. You don't have to do this the whole way up. Yeah, okay.
So, you have chosen to come back and face the catacombs when you could have escaped. I admit I am surprised. You're either a complete idiot or vain enough to think yourself invincible.
And you are far wiser, I suppose, to leave a maiden to die? To not fight this plague on your own people?
Bravery and suicide are two different things, human. You will have a chance to renounce your choice soon enough, when you lay trembling under the Minotaur's hooves.
We shall see. Thanks for the escort.
We only escort you to your death. May the fates make it quick so that you do not have to scream long.
Okay. Alright, so the
catacomb's entrance door is locked from the outside by the Winged One's guards. It seems that leaving the catacombs by that door is not an option.
Alright, so the catacombs we absolutely have to make a map for, because this area is crazy. So, luckily in this game, your perspective doesn't change depending on...
Niches in the wall form stone burial beds. Ancient bones lie crumbling on the unyielding rock.
Depending on which way you go. So we can only go left or right here. Okay. And this one is like that. Okay. Pretty sure we can't go down here. Nope. Man, that audio interference is really...
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Okay, there's a rat. Okay, another three-way exit.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
All right.
Tickets up. Next.
Don't just wander, Alexander. Let your conscience be your guide.
Okay. Sure. All right, so that was a map. So we start here, and then I just went straight to the west, and it got us killed. So great. All right. So what's up here? So we got just exits north and south. Okay. Alright, if we keep going north here, what we got? Okay. Oh, geez. This is a puzzle room. Which I don't think we can probably solve yet. Let's go back. The game with the super long loads was XCOM UFO Defense on the PS1. It was an early PS Explosion game.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
So we got another rat in this room, which means we're probably going to die in the next room. Or not? Okay. So the rat doesn't signify anything, apparently. Okay.
The remains of several unfortunate souls haunt the room. These bones seem more recent than the ancient catacomb bones that Alexander has seen so far. Perhaps they were victims of the Minotaur, or perhaps they died while wandering lost in the maze. 3 of the skeletons are completely intact.
Okay. Alright, south from here.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
Alright, another trap room. I love that the falling death sound is just a fart.
Next.
It's pretty great.
Don't just wonder, Alexander.
Yeah. Okay, so the map currently looks like this. So far the only positive way forward is this room up here, but there's still at least this and this that we haven't looked at yet. Alright, so what is north from here? We got another narrow pathway. Okay. Up here. Okay. And then this should just be a narrow hallway. Yeah, okay, so this just loops around. Okay.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Alright, so there's only one way forward, and that's that room with the puzzle floor. So I assume we probably have to trial and error that. But we also have the manual. So perhaps the manual says something about how to approach that floor. Alright, this is catacombs, puzzle floor. So great, another puzzle floor. As if the one in Kodelka wasn't horrible enough. Alright, so manual. So let's go to the catacombs section. So here's the map, and that's oh, that does match up the map that I drew earlier. So this is where we started. Here's the puzzle room. Here's the trap room. Here's the skeleton room. Interesting. Okay. So if it's a darkened room like that, those have so far been trap rooms. Though there was another one here, I think. Hey, Alyssa. And this is our current puzzle room. So the catacombs. Is there anything in here about? Ah, here we go. Okay. All right. 3 roses laid upon a bower. So this is probably what we have to work with for the floor puzzle. 3 roses laid upon a bower, a scythe for he who cuts the flower, a crown a dove, most noble race, thy bones make sacred this dread place. So, 3 roses, huh? Alright. So that's a rose. So this, and this will run on the assumption that... So it's either like this, or like this. And then a scythe for he who cuts the flower. So this, perhaps? And then a crown, a dove. So crown, dove. And then bones. So probably like that. So that's what I'm going to assume is the correct way through. Okay. Okay.
Alexander feels the tile he's standing on shift beneath his feet.
Uh-oh.
Okay, it's not that way.
Tickets up. Next.
3 spikes and you're out.
All right. That wasn't the solution then. Okay, so what about this then? So this, and then crown, dove, bones. There we go. Okay. Did it. And that's just another one that you probably would never know unless you had the manual. Okay. Alright, then we got another 3-way exit here. So according to the map and the manual, we go north from here. So here's the puzzle room that we just finished. So if we go north 1, 2, 3, and then right at the next available right, that should be another room of interest from the looks of things. So we'll go off of the manual map rather than me having to write all these down. Okay, we got a shield here.
Alexander takes the shield from the wall.
All right. Okay, and then right from here should be another puzzle room.
It's a trap. The doors have sealed Alexander inside. And the ceiling is coming down. The ceiling is grinding down with methodical determination, heedless of the human in its path. The gears are working furiously to lower the ceiling. Their great cogs interlock perfectly.
Do we have anything that can solve this dilemma?
As much as he might wish to, Alexander can't dig through that floor of stone. Alexander's hands would be crushed to pieces in those gears. He can't stop them with his bare hands. That shield won't protect Alexander from the crushing ceiling.
Alright, come to think of it, I think I'm still missing an item.
With a sudden lurch, the ceiling completes its descent.
Yikes!
And presses Alexander into the floor like a bug under a heel.
That's a yikes for me.
Up. Next.
Yikes.
Alexander never was much good at squash.
Alright. Alright, hold up. I think we're actually missing something. Thinking back on it. I think we weren't actually fully prepared.
Alexander.
Because
Alexander.
I'm pretty sure there was something we needed here. So do we have the... Okay, we have that. Over here.
As Alexander continues down the path,
Yeah.
he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
Sure. So I forgot to pick up this last time. This was important.
Alexander picks up the brick.
Because we need that to get through the catacombs.
You aren't gonna listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about that.
That's odd. The gardener just disappeared.
Oh, weird. Okay, now we're good to go through the catacombs. Alright. So it was that, brick, that. Okay. Now I think we're good. And luckily I already have a map of the catacombs. I know which way to go. Yeah, well, yep. It's just more Sierra softlocks. Let's do that. It ain't a King's Quest game unless you can softlock in dumb ways. And at least the game is nice enough when you first get to the top of the Cliffs of Logic. The king of the winged people and the queen give you the chance to go back and get some items. They just tell you, hey, you're not ready. Go prepare yourself for the catacombs. Yeah, earlier King's Quest games, they probably just would have been like, yep, get your ass in the catacombs.
The catacomb.
Have fun. Good luck. Good luck. Alright, so we're going straight to the puzzle floor. Okay, so this is rose, 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 scythe, crown, dove, bones, and out. And then from here, we get the shield.
Alex.
Okay. Here. Here we good. And also, come to think of it, I think there was possibly an item over here. Yeah. Okay, so this is another thing that is missable in the catacombs. Not like you can come back here later.
Alexander finds 2 coins on the skeleton's eyes. He takes the old coins.
Alright, we got two spooky...
The 2 coins from the skeleton in the catacombs are extremely old and corroded.
Alright. We're gonna need those too. And it's easily missable if you don't explore. Yeah, but if you do explore, you randomly die because... King's Quest. Alright. So now we're in here.
It's a trap. The doors have sealed Alexander inside. And the ceiling is coming down.
Alright. Let's take a look at this first.
Small speckles of sand stand out against the otherwise gray brick.
Alright, a brick made of sand.
In a desperate move, Alexander throws a brick into the grinding gears. The brick is caught between 2 cogs. The gears shriek and shudder. The mechanism grinds to a halt. The ceiling is stuck. The trap is sprung.
Alright. We did it. Okay, so according to the map here, so this was the crushing floor or crushing ceiling. This is where the coin was. So this is a trap room if we go by the how it's notated on this so far. So I guess we want to go south from here. Oh, nice if you could see it. Huh. Oh, it looks like we are going to the trap room because there was nothing on the south end of that fork.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Zounds. Oh.
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
It sure is dark. If only we had a tinderbox, but we...
Alexander can't use that in the dark.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Alexander hears the scrabble of hooves in the dark room.
Hello?
Tickets up. Next.
Oh man,
Caught in the dark, Alexander?
that's probably the brutalest one so far. Alright. So we have a few things we need to get. So we need to go get that brick again. And then we gotta go back
Alexander.
to the pawn shop. Oh boy. Alright.
Alexander.
Get the brick.
As Alexander... Alex...
You are...
Okay.
That's a...
Alright, then back to the pawn shop.
Alexander...
Xander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Alright. Pawn shoppy.
Good.
Good day, Prince Alex. Here, take this flute.
Would you mind?
Of Alexander...
Alright,
I
tinderbox. I love how goofy the walk cycle animation is when the speed is turned up a little bit. Okay, now I think we're good on things. So we got the tinderbox, we got the hole in the wall, we got the brick, we got the scarf, we got the lamp, we got the pearl, and the game is not crashed. Okay. Now I think we're good.
This...
We gotta woo our way up the mountain. Okay. Alright. Let's speed run back to where we were. Okay. So it's this way. Okay. This. Yep. Yep. And then up here, we need to go get the shield and then get the coins.
Alex...
Oh boy. Alright.
Alex
Hmm.
and
All
this
right. Get the brick.
in a desperate the brick, the mechan, the trap.
All right. Now we're pretty much back to where we were. Fall in the hole here. Okay. Sounds.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
Okay.
It feels exactly like a tinderbox.
Ah. That works out then.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Alexander lights the extinguished torch and puts his tinderbox away.
Okay. All right. So we're in a room that has 2 exits to it, to the left and to the south. So this is there's 2 sets of maps here, so I'm assuming we're on this one now. And then the room we're in has exits to the left and the south. So I think that implies that we are right here, because I don't really see any other rooms that really match that that description, besides like this one, but I kind of doubt it's that one. So it looks like the only notable room on the map is this one there. So let's try going south to get there. That looks like the easiest way to get there. Okay. So we're on Catacombs 2.
This room is light enough already.
Alright. This doesn't match up with anything on that map.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
That's why.
Tickets up. Next.
Don't just wonder, Alexander.
That is why. Okay. There should be just a left turn here. Yep. And then a northward turn. This is not on the map.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Okay.
A very beautiful, very dusty tapestry hangs on the wall.
Okay.
Alexander does not see anything unusual about or under that tapestry, and the tapestry itself is much too heavy to take.
Okay.
The walls of the catacombs are made of massive stone tiles. That's the west wall of the room. Alexander...
Okay. What about left from here then? This is probably going to be a death. Or not? Okay. Okay. So there's a single room here to the left.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Somewhere far off. Okay.
Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the wall. It seems to shudder in revulsion at the mere touch of the cold stone. Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees nothing of interest.
Okay.
Alexander takes the hole in the wall off the wall.
Alright, what about up here?
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Okay. So this north from here is one of the dark spots marked on the map, and that's probably a death room. Okay.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again, this time so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him. The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall.
Alright.
Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the east wall. The hole in the wall trembles slightly with dread at the clammy feeling of the stones. Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees just another room in the catacombs. Aha!
Aha.
Not just another room at all. So that's why Alexander couldn't find the Minotaur's lair. At least Alexander now knows the lair exists, somewhere in the maze on the other side of this wall. While Alexander contemplates what he's just seen, the hole in the wall, frightened by the Minotaur, makes a run for it. Alexander hopes the little creature finds its way home to the Isle of Wonder.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Saw Minotaur. Okay. Alright, so we gotta find our way back to that room, which I believe is this way, and then we gotta go down. And then back to the right. And this way. And then in here. And up here. And then this way. This way. So I'm using the guide map. There we go. Alright.
This tapestry looks familiar. Now let's see. I don't feel anything. Aha! A hidden latch.
Alexander triggers the little latch. A secret door rolls open.
Zounds. Okay.
No! I beg of you! Please don't hurt me!
Your struggles are useless.
It's the Minotaur. and he's struggling with a Winged One's girl. She must be Lady Celeste.
Okay. Minotaur room. Okay. Alright.
Alexander prepares to take on the Minotaur with his bare hands.
Let's go fight him.
He steps forward bravely and is spotted by Lady Celeste.
You there, human! Help me! Help!
Who dares enter my lair?
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the consequences.
Never. You die, human.
As the Minotaur advances in attack, Alexander slowly backs away. Until he can back away no more.
Now where to, little man?
Alexander prepares to take on the Minotaur with his bare hands.
Alright, got him.
Alexander prepares. Hand-to-hand combat with a Minotaur is apparently not a great idea.
Tickets up
Got him.
next.
There's something to be said for taking the bull by the horns, Alexander. Alexander steps further the movement.
You there!
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the consequences.
As the Minotaur, until he can back away no more.
Now where to, little man?
Alexander, his back inches from the fiery pit, tempts the Minotaur with the Red Queen's scarf.
Look here, you bully. Nice, bright red.
Red. Now you die.
The Minotaur drops from sight amidst the consuming flames. Slowly, his scream fades as well.
Have you been harmed, Lady Celeste? Are you all right?
No, I am not all right. I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity.
Of course not. Sorry. Let's see. If you'll give me a moment, I'll have these untied in no time.
I can't wait that long. Look, I wear a small dagger just inside my belt. It should be enough to cut the rope.
Oh, all right. I've got it, Lady Celeste. Here we go.
Thank you. You may keep the dagger as a gift for saving my life.
Alright.
That's very generous.
Forget it. Do you mind if we just get out of here now?
The Winged One's guards, bored with the pointless waiting, are startled by the sound of rock moving against rock.
Lady Celeste, bide thee well.
I'm quite well, thanks to the bravery of a mere human. So much for your superior intellects.
Yes, milady.
Now bring him along. I'm going home.
I see you have proven yourself the hero of the prophecy. Well, I am expected to thank you for saving my daughter's life, so I thank you. I am obliged to thank you for the restoration of our sacred catacombs. It means much to our people. We have already begun the process of clearing the deadly traps from its rooms. It is also my duty to grant you a visit with the Oracle, so this I do. I will grant you the freedom to leave here unharmed, despite my orders to the contrary from the crown. But there, my obligations to you end. I have no love for Alhazred, but he is my liege, and if Princess Cassima trusts him and wishes to wed him, my guards will take you...
Surrounded by evil. She's a rose set amidst bitter thorns. It is her fate to be the pawn of dark powers, and yours to try to redeem her.
How? How do I redeem her?
Fate is not like the cut of a blade, young one, but rather like the myriad of paths formed when a hammer cracks ice. I will tell you what I can, but what will actually come to pass is up to you. I see that any attempt to reach the girl will force you into battle, a struggle against a dark force. If you lose, your life will be forfeit.
Who must I fight?
A great darkness surrounds your adversary, preventing me from seeing clearly. I can only make out the shape of a black cloak. But before this final struggle, I see an infiltration, a dangerous game of hide-and-seek in corridors filled with enemies. The risks are high, but it is the only way to reach the one you seek. There is more than one way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
What else do you see, mighty Oracle?
Oh, such pain. I see two restless spirits crying out for revenge. These shades could help you destroy the dark force if they were to be brought back from their spiritual form. Yet this is only one possible path to your destiny. I'm afraid this is getting beyond me. I know very little about the afterlife. I can only advise getting counsel from the druids. Be warned. The druids are reclusive and dangerous. They might aid you, or they might destroy you. Like their island, the druid's nature is hidden in the mists. There is nothing more I can do for you, except to give you this. It is water from the sacred pool. That and my blessing go with you.
Thank you, great Oracle.
Okay. So water from the sacred pool is a spell ingredient, I think. Alright. Sure. So that, I think that's the last we can do on the Isle of the Mountain.
The small vial contains the oracle's sacred water. The water has a crystalline appearance.
Okay. Alright, so with that shield, we can now go... Here.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
There's Isle of the Mists now is on our map, by the way. But we will not go there quite yet. Alright, so if you didn't pick up the shield in the catacombs, then GG. Because you need it here.
Alexander decides to pass through the gate, preparing the shield just in case. The magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander.
Okay.
Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Ah. The northeast, huh? I'll miss. Alright, well, let's go northeast then. Sure everything will be fine.
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
Brothers, look!
Uh-oh. Alexander's been seen.
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the sacrificial cage.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage.
That's the same voice as Saladin, the dog guard captain.
And the cage is swung out over the bonfire.
Alexander cops a squat
starts
over the
to
fire.
feel a little warm. The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. Alexander is getting really hot. Mercifully, Alexander passes out from the heat before the first tongues of flame ignite the wicker.
Tickets up.
Yep, it's Tony J.
Next.
That was a bit too hot to handle. Alexander should have been better prepared.
Better prepared. All right. Typical Sierra fashion. You don't know you're going to die until after it happened. All right, let's go this way then.
From the east come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Okay, so we got this obvious scythe over here.
Alexander takes the scythe.
And then there's a fire pit.
A communal fire pit occupies a place of honor in the center of the little village. The fire pit, naturally enough, contains coal. The coals are cold. That's odd, because Alexander definitely smells the smoke of an open fire close by. Alexander reaches into the fire pit and takes a lump of coal.
All right. Free coal. Sure. Can't go inside there. No.
The way north is blocked by impenetrable forest.
Okay. And then this way is just gonna get wrecked by the druids again. And that's pretty much all there is to do on the Isle of Mist here. So we got a side now. And that's
Alexander
we'll use that to deal with our problem over here.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation. Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked.
Okay. So, scythe.
Alexander wields the scythe, determined to get past the magical rose hedges. The leaves fly as Alexander tries to cut the branches faster than they can grow back together. He sees light. He's through.
Who dares enter Beast's garden?
My name is Alexander. I didn't mean to disturb your private garden.
No. And yet, monsieur, you could hardly have accidentally broken through the 3 enchanted traps of the Isle of the Beast.
I suppose it is simply my nature to break through enchanted traps.
You must be a prince, then. I know the nature of princes all too well. This face you see before you is hideous, is it not?
Well, for the face of a beast, it is really quite noble.
Ha! I'm glad you like it, for you will soon own one just like it. I too was once a pretty prince, caring for nothing but adventuring and rescuing fair maidens. But I rankled one too many evil hags. One dark night, I was turned into this obscenity you see before you, warped in shape and trapped on this enchanted island over 100 years ago.
Surely there is a way off this island.
Oh, surely. You broke in, did you not? And yet think, where would I go clad so eloquently as I am with this silk and this pelt?
The Isle of Wonder.
You see, my prison is also my sanctuary. You are the first to break through the barriers in lo these many years. That is, except for the druids who stole my heirloom coat of arms.
If there's any way I can help.
Help? You? I'm afraid you don't understand. The enchanted barriers were a warning and protection for you more than for me. Your prize for forcing your way past them is to join me in this dire life. By the laws of this sorcery, you are doomed to be trapped in the form of a beast. Your reward for broaching this garden is to be my slave, a slave as beastly as I am. You have only a few hours of humanity left.
But that's not possible. There must be some way to break the enchantment. Spells always have a weakness somewhere.
The enchantment you are under is tied to my own. Oh, the sorceress left me a way out. But I'm afraid it was only her final bitter joke. You see, I need only find a maiden to join me here, to share my castle, my life, willingly. Take another look at me. You can't help but admire the hag's terrible cruelty and cunning.
I shall try to find such a maid, for Casima's sake.
Truly? How determined of you. I personally would not waste my last few hours as a man on an impossible errand. However, you may do as you please. I give you this token. It's my family ring, and the only heirloom I have left. If perchance you should... if you think you have found a maid...
I shall give her this ring.
Yes, she must accept it of her own free will. By doing so, she accepts me. Not that you shall find anyone, mind you. Your time is short. Count the minutes on your fingers while your fingers you have, pretty prince. Your master will await you.
Alright. Gotta go find a maiden who's into furries. Hey, Aperture. I think Aperture is like an hour behind in the live VOD. So you'll hear this in an hour, I guess. Alright, we're on Beast Quest. Alright, I don't think I've ever seen what happens if you fail the Beast Quest.
The gate has been firmly...
I think it's on a timer? But
Alexander
maybe you can't actually fail it.
Alexander feels a...
So we have everything we need to do to complete this part of the quest. Okay. Up this way. Alright, we got a white rose for her because she loves roses.
Alexander sees no use for that item there.
What?
Pardon me, maid. I hope you don't think me forward, but I see that you like roses. I thought you might, perhaps, like a fresh white rose.
Alexander can see the conflict in the girl's pretty face as she fights between her distrust of him and her desire for the white rose. The rose wins.
Oh, I shouldn't, sir, but it is so lovely. I've never seen a rose of white. It looks so pale and delicate. Wherever did you find one of such a color?
There are many hedges of them on the Isle of the Beast, and they grow together like magic.
Oh, truly? What an adventure that must be to see them. But I should not speak so, especially to a stranger. Thank you for the rose, though, kind sir.
Okay.
Alexander has a thought about the serving girl. He decides to bring up the subject of Beast with her.
Let me tell you about the place where the white roses grow. The Isle of the Beast is an enchanted place. There's a path running through a deep forest. The path crosses 3 magic blockades, set to keep all visitors away. At the center lives a tremendous beast.
Really? Magic blockades? How exciting! What kind of a beast? Is it very terrifying and ferocious?
It is a beast that walks on 2 legs and dresses like a prince. It speaks with the voice of a man.
A beast that talks and wears clothes? How is that possible? Is the beast magic too?
Not magical, enchanted. Beast was once a prince, but a witch trapped him in the form of a beast and set him on the island. There he lives in a castle in the midst of a maze.
How terrible! Imagine how lonely he must be.
It is a very lonely prospect, isn't it? Oh, I have met him, you see. He is indeed ferocious, but who would not be?
He really exists? Oh, how it breaks my heart. If I could, I would tend to such a beast. Such a beast might find comfort in a kind face. Do you not think it so?
Oh, I think it so. I very much think it so. You would not be afraid of him?
Afraid? Maybe at first. But how silly of me to speak so. The roses in this little yard are the only magic I will ever see.
I could take you there. In fact, I would owe you my life if you would go. If you truly wish to go.
You are serious? I could leave here? Oh, I have always dreamt of leaving. But to actually go... This is the only home I have ever known.
Home is a hard place to leave, even if you're unhappy there.
But I will go. If I can help him, I must go.
Is there nothing you wish to take with you?
There is nothing.
Then take this ring. It is his. He will be pleased if you would wear it.
Why, it's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Thank you kindly, sir.
Beauty! Where do you think you're going?
To a place where roses grow, and to someone who truly needs me.
I see you wear my ring. You willingly agreed to spend your life here with me? Do you know what that means?
Yes, my lord, I do. I have been touched by your story.
Pity alone need not sentence you to endure this face.
Oh, but it is a gentle face, and kind.
You look at me so sweetly and are not repulsed. Oh, by the light of your eyes, my spirit soars! The enchantment! It is broken!
I am pleased to have served you, my lord. Do you still wish me to stay?
Disappointed he's not a furry anymore.
Speak not such nonsense, Beauty. Do you think that I learned nothing of true love during my time here? You are my queen.
Oh, my clothes! This gown!
How well it suits your noble heart.
Alexander, how can I ever repay you? I have nothing to offer except my gratitude. But please, take these old clothes. Perhaps you'll find someone in need during your travels.
You have already repaid me by your example of courage, Beauty. And by your friendship, I hope.
You will always have our friendship and loyalty, Prince Alexander. But from a fellow adventurer, take some advice. If you find your true love, protect her with your life. Fear all beasts without the redeeming humanity of love. And to aid you, accept my mirror. Now that my life is no longer hung in false shadows, I have no need for it. Give it to someone with nothing to fear from the truth it reveals.
Thank you. I wish you both well.
Come, Beauty. Let me take you home.
Here, take this huge mirror. Alright. Okay, so one of the spells calls for... what is it? Falling water, I think? Falling water. And this looks like some falling water to me. So...
The fountain water might do for falling water, it's true, but the Make Rain spell calls for a teapot. That looks nothing like a teapot.
Oh, we don't have a teapot. Okay. There's probably one in the Isle of Wonder. Okay, we'll have to be back there later. Okay. So... Alright. We'll, so this... I mentioned at the start of the game that there is... There's two endings to this game. So this is kind of where you get the option to go ahead and beat the game if you want to. So I'm going to mark this as the start of easy ending whenever this shows the thing. So as of right now, I believe we have everything we need to do to beat the game.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So, let's get the bad ending. So right now we're at 115 out of 231. And I think we actually have to do this first. Come to think of it. So, this guy wants old lamps for new. So let's go give him our old lamp.
Excuse me, peddler, but I have an old lamp that might interest you.
Ah, an old lamp. And what a nice traditional design, too. Take your pick of my new lamps.
Alright, I'm not sure we have to do this for the easy ending. But if you think back to the cutscenes with the genie and the lamp that was on the desk in the cutscenes with the genie and Alhazred, the lamp, I believe, looked like this one.
Ah, a fine choice, my son. Here is your new lamp. Good day, and I thank you, sir.
Good day.
And that's just one of the weird details that you need to remember. And you only see it once in a cutscene.
Drat! Another dud.
Okay. Trying to think if we need anything else. I think the pawn shop.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
If we change this, or
would you mind?
Of course, Alexander.
The bird, I think.
That mechanical nightingale. Thank you.
I got the bird again. Okay. So if we go back up to the palace, we haven't been here in a while.
A group of serving women approach the castle.
Ah, Wolf! More serving women! The castle staff is certainly busy today!
Aye, Gruff! Get a move on there, wenches! There's plenty of work left to do before the wedding!
Yes, Sergeant Gruff.
Yeah, wenches.
Those serving wenches are always late!
Alright. So, you might recall that Beauty gave us her clothes.
Taking his cue from the serving women he's seen enter the castle, Alexander decides to try a few alterations to make himself more acceptable to the guards. He ducks into the little hut to put on Beauty's clothes. Feeling a little foolish, Alexander slips Beauty's old slave clothes on over his own. Imagine if Cassima saw him like this.
Well, here we go.
You there! Girl! You're late! Get a move on before the Wazir sees you!
Yes!
Yes, sir.
Not suspicious at all.
The castle guards lock the main entrance doors behind Alexander. From the open door comes the clatter of pots and pans, yelled instructions, and other busy kitchen noises.
Girl, don't just stand there. There's a stack of silver almost to the ceiling that needs polishing for the wedding. Get a move on!
Phew. I can't afford to get caught up in that mess. I'd never find Cassima.
Okay. Alright. Easy. Palace. Start. Alright.
Whoa! Alexander runs right into a guard dog patrol.
Might, look at this!
Hi. Nice castle.
Cheeky, isn't he? Grab him, Jowls. I bet this is the foreigner we were told to look out for. Well, let's lock him up and go tell Saladin. He'll tell us what kind of fish we've caught. Right, Jowls. You'll stay in here until we find out what the Wazir wants to do with you.
The guard dogs leave Alexander to his fate, locking the door noisily behind them. The sound of running footsteps echoes outside Alexander's cell.
What are you doing down here, Shrew? We've already got him locked up. Go back to your post upstairs. The Wazir wanted to know what all the commotion was about, and I told him about the intruder. He told me to post extra guards on this one. Extra guards, huh? So be it.
Just as Alexander realizes that he has no possible means of escape, he hears the sound of wedding music playing somewhere in the castle.
Confound this dungeon! I'll never be able to stop the wedding now.
So there's a unique death animation for this, in that they don't show a death animation. It's just that, for some reason. Alright.
By Cerebus Collar, I'll be glad when this wedding is over. Bay, I'm getting mighty tired of this patrol. It's wearied me to the bones. I couldn't agree with you more, Wolf. Who'd have thought we'd ever have to listen to Princess Cassima crying all day long and be ordered to ignore it yet? Something sticks in my craw about the whole thing. The Wazir says that the princess is not herself, says she's half mad with grief over her parents' death. I can see it, the poor mite, but still. I agree, it seems cruel to lock her up when she's so heartbroken. Let her out in the fresh air, I say. It'll do her a world of good. Aye, well, she insisted on the mourning period, and it's up today. Thank the stars. It's too bad we couldn't find that nightingale of hers. The Wazir says she's been pining for it. Humph! If I had an ounce of luck, I'd have found it weeks ago. Not only would it cheer up the princess, but the reward the Wazir's offered for it would make me pretty happy too, doggone it. Oh, well, our luck will definitely be out if the Wazir catches us snapping our jaws at our post. Sorry, Wolf. I'll keep my muzzle shut.
Okay. Second floor.
Hey, who the...
Hello.
Okay, that's rip. That's gonna be the same result.
Alexander hears the guard's footsteps pause for a moment, then start up again. They must have turned at the end of the hallway and be on their way back towards the stairs. Alexander checks behind the portrait.
Okay.
Alexander can't do anything in the main hallway from here. Alexander pulls the nail out of the wall and keeps it.
Alright. Re-nail. I'm not sure at what point in there...
Hey, look, Wolf. There's a man back here.
Hello there. Nice painting.
Get him, Bay. You'll stay in here until we find out
the gun.
Alright, that's a rip as well. Actually, is it?
The sound of running footsteps.
What are you doing?
Just as Alexander
Okay, the nail won't get us out of there.
Alexander decides to make a try for one of the bedroom door. Alexander decides... Alexander...
That's not the bedroom door.
Hey, who the...
Hello there.
Don't...
Alexander.
Oh.
Alexander.
That didn't work very well either. Oh, Summer.
Alexander. The curved marble. Alexander can't.
Oh my god.
Alexander steps into the main.
Hey, who the...
Oh my god.
Don't just stand there.
I can't. I think you maybe have to stand behind the pillar.
Alexander. The curved. Alexander.
Come on. Come on.
Alexander.
There we go. There we go.
The guards pass the pillar, and Alexander sighs in relief. Phew, they didn't see him. The guards turn around at the staircase and head back.
Hey, look, Wolf. The king and queen's portrait fell down.
Sorry. I was just looking at it.
Get him, Faye.
Shit. Oh my god. Alright, what if we...
Alexander hears they must have...
Alright, maybe we don't need the nail.
The guards pass the pillar, and Alexander sighs in relief. Phew, they didn't see him. The guards turn around at the staircase and head back.
It's not even giving me the option to do anything else here.
Phew, that was a close one.
Okay.
Alexander. The sound of footsteps grows louder as the guards in the main hallway turn and head back towards the stairs. Alexander can't return the portrait to the wall now that he's taken the nail.
Well, what am I supposed to do now?
Steps into the...
Hey, who the...
I wonder if this is a problem with the CPU running too fast.
The door is locked. Whoa! Alexander runs right into a guard dog patrol.
And these two kind of rotate their patrol. So whatever it is we need to do, it's on the left side of the hallway. Because I don't think we can do anything about that. Unless this is
Alexander walks into the hallway to use the mechanical nightingale.
Mike, look at this!
Well, couldn't he have put it at his feet rather than walk out into the middle of the hallway? Alright, what about here?
Alexander walks into the hallway to use the mechanical nightingale. Alexander winds the mechanical nightingale and places it strategically on the floor of the upstairs hallway. The mechanical song echoes in the corridor, Alexander hears the sound of boots pounding as the guard dogs come to investigate. Alexander ducks behind the pillar.
Okay.
Look at this, Wolf. A metal bird.
Sure is, Bay. How do you suppose a metal bird got in here?
You got me, but there's something weird about it. Hey, could this be Casima's nightingale, do you think?
What, you lapdog? The princess's nightingale isn't some tin thing?
How do you know? Have you seen it?
Well, no, but...
I don't know, Bay. Humans can be pretty strange. With their sense of smell, maybe she wouldn't even know it wasn't real. I say we take it downstairs to Captain Saladin. He'll know what to do with it.
What about our post?
Jowls and Might are in the other hallway. They can handle it for 5 minutes. Think about how happy the princess would be to get her nightingale back. And then there's that reward money and my missus.
Right, Wolf. Let's go.
Okay, so that solves the guard problem.
Alexander hears the guard dog's boots clank noisily on the staircase leading down to the grand hall. Alexander checks...
And now we can get the nail.
The curve. Alex...
Okay. We got nail. I actually completely forgot the solution to that, so that was me just trying to figure it out there.
Alexander hears the muffled sound of crying coming from the back hallway. The door is locked from the inside. There must be somebody in there.
Okay.
The crying is louder here. It seems to be coming from the doorway on the north wall. The door is locked with a heavy padlock.
Okay.
Hello? Is there someone in there?
Who's there?
Casima, is that you? It's Alexander.
Alexander? Prince Alexander? I don't believe you.
It is Alexander, Casima. I sailed here to see you, and the ship sank and... Casima, just tell me what to do. How can I help you? Do you want me to get you out of there?
If you really are Alexander, please, you must get away from here. There are guards everywhere, and the Wazir would have you killed if he found you here.
But what about you? I can't just leave you locked up like this.
The only way out for me is to stop the Wazir. See what you can do out there. In the meantime, I should be safe enough. He hasn't harmed me, yet. Besides, if I can get my hands on something with which to defend myself, I'm pretty sure I'll get a chance to use it. The Wazir feels safe around me. No one else can get that close.
You're so brave, Princess. But it's too dangerous.
Have you forgotten where we met? What is Abdul compared to Mordak? I'll be fine. Now go!
Alexander hesitates.
I'll do as you say. I will find some way to help you, Casima. I swear it.
I believe you, Alexander. Please, be careful.
Okay. Can we give her something to defend herself with?
Casima, take this small dagger. It's not much, but perhaps it will prove useful to you.
Oh, thank you, Alexander. I'm sure it will help.
Okay. Casima room.
The door is locked.
Casima, is there anything else I can do for you before I go?
I don't think so, Alexander. You'd better go before the guards see you, or we'll both be lost.
Yeah.
Alexander finds the hallway door unlocked and slips inside.
Okay.
Alexander opens the ebony box and looks inside. Alexander can read the piece of paper without taking it.
Okay, sure.
Inside the ebony box is a piece of paper with the word Zebu printed on it.
Zebu. Okay.
The trunk is locked. The wardrobe is full of black cloaks and a rather sour smell. Alexander examines the clothes, but finds nothing of interest. Alexander sees nothing of interest in that part of the bedroom. A fire in a small hearth warms the bedroom. A canopied bed arranged with silk bedclothes and large pillows stands in one corner of the room.
Just like Mananin's room. Eh?
Uh-oh. So this is where they took the mechanical nightingale.
Look! On the stairs! It's Prince Alexander of Daventry! Guards! Get that man!
Uh-oh.
You were told to stay away from the castle and leave the islands. Why did you break into the castle? And how did you get past my guard dogs at the gate?
Well, I was worried about Cosima and...
Bah, never mind. Your presence here has been forbidden. I'm afraid I'm going to have you thrown in the dungeon. I'll figure out how you got in later. Guards!
You'll stay in here until we find out what the Wazir wants to do with you.
The guard dogs leave Alexander to his fate, locking the door noisily behind them. The sound of running footsteps echoes outside Alexander's cell.
What are you doing down here, Shrew? We've already got him locked up. Go back to your post upstairs. The Wazir wanted to know what all the commotion... Extra guards, huh?
We've already heard that before.
Just as Alexander realizes that he has no possible means...
Yeah. Rip. Okay. So we can't go back down the left staircase again. So can we go here?
Uh-oh. Company.
Nope.
Might, look at this!
Okay.
Hi. Nice castle.
Cheeky, isn't he? Grab him, Jowls.
I bet this is the foreigner we were told to...
Alright. So it's not that either.
Alexander finds the hallway door unlocked.
Alright, so we gotta open this up.
Alexander...
Zebu again.
Inside the... Alexander sees nothing.
Back through here. Alright, so maybe with the nail we can...
Fiddling with that door would draw attention Alexander does not need, either from the guards in the next hallway or from the person behind the door. The door is locked from the inside. There must be somebody in there.
Hello? Anybody in there?
A voice from behind the door responds.
Go away! I said I didn't want to be disturbed! Stupid dogs.
Alright.
Good gravy, a strange man! And by the princess's door yet! Jowls, come quick!
Good gravy.
I can explain. I think. I was looking for the kitchen, you see.
Sure you were. Jowls!
Alright.
Sniffed out an intruder, did you? Good for you, mate. Let's get him.
I say we take him to the dungeon, then go fetch Captain Saladin.
Right. We might just get an award for this one.
Okay. So it's not that. So I assume we're done with Cosima's room, unless, like, we can...
Alexander can't think of anything to do with that nail right now.
Alright, so the nail going to do anything. Yeah. Okay, nothing there then. So we can go in here.
Alexander finds the hallway door unlocked. Alexander opens the ebony box. Inside...
Alright, so we get that. I guess we replace the nail in the painting?
The nail would only mar the lovely portrait. Alexander puts the nail back into the wall.
And then replace the portrait, and then hide?
The guard dogs are gone. There's no need to hide behind the pillar.
Well... Huh.
Alexander is standing in the upstairs hallway of the castle. Several doors lead off the hallway on the west wall. On the east wall is an alcove set behind a pillar. At the end of the hall is an exit into a north hallway. The hallway is currently empty.
But if I go south, I'm going to get caught by the guards. If I go back that way, I'm caught by the guards. If I go in here, maybe I just have to wait?
Alexander is standing in a small, curved alcove in the upstairs hallway of the castle. A pillar partially blocks the alcove from the main corridor.
Either that or I missed something in the bedroom that I need, like, the nail for? Maybe I gotta use the nail on that.
The trunk is locked. Alexander... The curved... Alexander... Alexander wiggles the nail in the trunk's lock until he hears a click.
Sure, that...
Alexander opens the trunk.
Nice security you got there.
Alexander picks up the most recent letter and examines it. The letter is addressed to Abdul al-Hazred from the wizard Shadrach. It reads, "Greetings to a brother of the Black Cloak. I was sorry to hear of great Mordak's death, though he was a bit of a ninny at chess. It seems the plans for that little kingdom of yours are coming along. I must congratulate you on your handling of the king and queen. Isolating the island so that no protest could develop was another brilliant stroke. It looks like there's not much left to stand in your way. Do as I recommended with the girl, and you shall have your crown."
That fiend!
Alright. Bedroom. Okay. I assume if we replace...
Alexander hears the guards approaching from the stairs.
Yep.
Alexander puts the heavy portrait back on the wall.
And then hide.
If you didn't have the brain of a cat, Wolf, you'd have known that mechanical nightingale wasn't Casima's nightingale. I was all for staying on patrol, but you wanted to show that thing to Saladin. Well, at least the captain wasn't too mad. He's a good honest dog, Saladin is. I, wish the same could be said for our... Hush! Do you want to be dazzled, you fool?
Somewhere nearby, a door opens.
Greetings, Shamir, sir.
A petulant voice snaps a response at the guards.
The wedding is about to begin. Make sure everything is secure.
Yes, sir.
Footsteps retreat down the hall towards the back hallway. Alexander hears the distant sounds of chains rattling. A door opens. There's a small commotion and a woman's sharp cry.
Casima!
Gradually, the sounds fade away off to the east. All is silent.
If it weren't for him being the Wizier's page and all, I'd have something to say about that. Grr. Grr. Wonder where he's taking her. The wedding's the other way.
You never know with that one. He's always showing up when he shouldn't be and going where he oughtn't. Let's go check it out.
How did the guards not hear him yell Cosima?
The guard dogs seem to have stopped at the back hallway.
Eh?
From downstairs, Alexander hears the first wafting strains of music. It's beautiful music. It's wedding music. Alexander looks cautiously around the grand hall, but there are no guard dogs to be seen.
All right.
The wedding music is coming from behind those two large doors.
Prince Alexander, here, the Vizier will have my head for allowing you within a mile of the royal wedding. Since you are of noble birth, I will give you 5 seconds to explain your presence here before killing you. I warn you, it had better be good. You give me no excuse to save your life, Prince Alexander. You were told to stay away from the castle, but you chose not to listen. I have no choice but to obey the Vizier.
But Saladin...
Tickets up. Next.
All right, now we get a proper death scene.
Evidently, Saladin is a dog to be reckoned with.
Okay.
The wedding music is coming from...
Prince Alexander, since you...
All right.
Wait. If you love your princess, you'll hear me out. The Vizier is not what he appears to be. Cosima is in terrible danger. I have proof that this is so. For your princess's sake, you must believe me.
Let me see that.
Saladin reads the letter, his sword point still against Alexander's throat. Alexander watches the guard dog's noble face darken with rage.
This is treason. I'll have his throat. But how do I know this letter is not a forgery? You could have written this yourself.
But I did not. Have you no doubts of your own about Alhazred? Don't you see? All he wants is the crown. Cosima is being coerced. We must stop the wedding.
It is true. I have had my suspicions about the Vizier, especially when King Califim and Queen Alaria died. But I have seen Cosima with him several times. She appears to be quite happy, even enthusiastic. I don't believe she could love him if he truly were so wicked.
I cannot believe for a moment that she loves that snake.
A jilted lover would not believe it. But come, see for yourself.
The captain of the guard leads Alexander into the throne room, where a ceremony seems to be in progress. Alexander feels his blood run cold at the sight.
I, Cosima, declare Abdul Alhazred as my lawful and beloved husband and king of this realm.
But, Cosima, what are you saying?
Do you still claim that the princess is being forced? Perhaps it's you that's the danger, as the Vizier has said.
Okay, so so we have this peppermint here, And we know that's the genie.
Alexander will have to get closer to the bride to give her anything. Alexander approaches the wedding party.
Prince Alexander here? This is an outrage! How dare you allow this traitor to get past you, Saladin? You stupid mutt! Can't you even keep the castle free of assassins during your own princess's wedding? Kill him! Kill him now!
Lord Alhazred, with all due respect, you are not quite king yet, and this is a wedding ceremony, not an execution.
What? How dare you contradict me, you flea-bitten mongrel! I gave a direct order. Obey me, or feel my wrath.
Milady, I apologize for my behavior, but I am yours to command in all things. I wanted merely to hear your own wishes from your own lips. Tell me what it is that you wish me to do with this young man, and I will obey.
Why, Captain, you heard my dear Abdul. If he wishes this atrocious young man's death, then I want nothing more than to see him get his wish. Obey thy liege now and always.
As you wish, Princess. If you refuse to defend yourself, you must have faked the letter. Since you cannot prove your point, I shall prove mine.
That's the King Graham falling off the cliff sound.
She loves me not.
Alright.
Perhaps the princess would care for some delicious peppermint leaves.
Mint?
Cosima!
Princess?
Kill him!
As you wish. Tickets up. Next.
She loves me not.
Alright.
Cosima! What are you saying?
Silence his tongue. His voice offends me.
Yes, Princess. If you refuse to defend yourself. Tickets up. Next.
She loves me.
Alright, Rotten Tomatoes got this.
That won't make Cosima come to her senses and change her mind.
Look into this mirror.
There we go.
My love, and show us your true heart.
That mirror? No!
The lovely image of Cosima suddenly bursts into smoke and is replaced by the Wazir's genie.
Shamir, you fool!
It's not my fault, Master! The illusion was broken!
Treason! What have you done with the princess?
Enraged, Saladin and the other guard dogs begin advancing on the Wazir.
You worthless genie! Do something!
Okay.
Shamir, the Wazir's genie, begins to throw balls of dazzling light at the guard dogs. Alexander doesn't have time to deal with the genie now. Alhazred has left the throne room and may be on his way to the real Cosima. Alexander attempts to escape through the Grand Hall doors.
Trying to leave the castle, eh? I always knew you were a coward.
Tickets up. Next.
Genie, meeny, miny, mo. Alexander can't be slow. Alexander doesn't have time to deal with the genie now.
Alexander, be careful. Alhazred has a sword.
Shut up, wench! Shamir Shamazel! Get in here!
Here I am, master.
It's about time, you bumbling fool! How could you let him follow me?
Well, there were the guard dogs, master, and then...
Never mind! Just kill him! Kill him now!
As you wish, master. Razzle, dazzle, snap and snazzle.
Look what I have here, my friend. Peppermint. Nice, fresh peppermint.
Razzle, dazzle.
Forget the stupid peppermint. Don't you dare even think about it.
Mint.
Oh no, not now! Do something! Shamir Shamazel! Kill him!
Send a small... a ball of... light to frazzle.
Dazzle Ball goes wild.
Oh.
You killed my genie. You idiot! Don't you know how valuable he was, you fool? I'll kill you myself for that outrage.
So shall it be, Alhazred. I'm ready.
Alright, he's ready to get stabbed.
Alexander's bare hands would have little chance against Alhazred's sword.
Alexander, no!
Tickets up. Next.
Touché. Alexander should have been on guard. Inspiration. Alexander fixes upon the only weapon in sight.
Zounds! This sword must weigh a ton.
Good. Then you shall only fail sooner, my prince.
Zounds. Alright, so this changes into the sword icon. Sure.
So, the mouse would bite?
This mouse shall bite, as you shall soon see. Or should I say, soon feel?
Ha! You can barely lift that sword, my prince. Better to lay it down now. I promise to dispatch you with little pain.
A tempting offer, but I think I'll wait and see what this sword can do.
Suit yourself.
That sound, the sword sound effect is the same sound effect as the robot punches in Space Quest 3. I just realized that. The exact same one.
Alexander's arms start to tremble under the effort of wielding the huge sword. His muscles are nearing exhaustion.
Ha! And so it ends.
Not if I can help it, you murderer!
Cosima thrusts the small dagger into Alhazred's shoulder with all her might.
Ah! You dare raise a finger to me? You will regret that, princess.
But I forget. I stalk a kitten and turn my back to a lion. It wouldn't do to let you gather your strength again, my prince.
Alhazred finishes off Alexander with one swipe of his sword.
Forgive me, Cosima.
Alexander! No!
Tickets up. Next.
Touché. Alexander should have been on guard.
They just bonk him. Alright, and that is the easy path.
Cosima! Are you alright?
I'm fine, Alexander. I was just so afraid for you.
There's no need to fear anymore, Princess.
Yes, I know. How can I ever repay you? For myself, for my kingdom.
It was not in me to let harm come to you. Can you find it in you, Princess, to give me more than your gratitude?
Alexander, what are you saying?
I love you, Cosima. Would you ever consider... Do you think you could... marry me?
Could you ever have doubted it, my prince? Oh! Guards!
Princess Cosima, are you well?
I'm quite well, thank you. Please take Abdul and put him in the dungeon. See to it that he gets a doctor.
Yes, Majesty.
Cosima and Alexander ask Captain Saladin to perform their wedding ceremony. Saladin is honored to do so.
On this historical day of great joy in the land of the Green Isles, we witness the union of Cosima, beloved princess of this realm, and Alexander, Prince of Daventry. Do you, Prince Alexander of Daventry, take Princess Cosima to be your wife, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
And do you, Princess Cosima of the land of the Green Isles, take Prince Alexander to be your husband, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Do you have a ring?
I'm afraid I left my insignia ring in the pawn shop.
That's all right, Alexander. We'll get one later.
Well, I guess we'll skip the ring. Who gives this bride to be wed?
That would be me. In the name of King Caliphim, beloved friend, I give his daughter Cosima in wedlock.
Thank you, Jalo.
Since the groom has no family present, I will speak on his behalf. Alexander, your union with this woman is sanctioned and recognized in the eyes of the community.
Thank you, Saladin.
Then, Alexander and Cosima, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Hooray!
Excuse my interrupting your joy, but I have an important question for the new bride and groom.
What is it, Saladin?
Alexander, Alhazred hurt this little kingdom nearly to the point of destroying all that we stand for. But you are true and good, and have proven yourself to all the people.
Thank you, Captain.
King Califim and Queen Ilaria are gone, and can never be restored. Alhazred has, thankfully, been banished. But we are leaderless. I believe you too can heal this small kingdom from all the damage that Alhazred has inflicted upon it. Will you two, Alexander and Cassima, consider becoming the ruling king and queen?
Why, I'm honored. What do you think, Cassima?
I love my homeland, Alexander. I would be happy to stay and serve it all my days.
I wish my father were here so that I could ask his advice. I will miss him, and my mother and sister, and Daventry. But I love you, Cassima, and I do feel at home here. Somehow this land and I seem to suit each other. I don't know what kind of king I'll make, but I accept.
Oh, Alexander, I'm so happy. If only my parents could have been alive to see this day, my joy would be complete.
I'm sorry I could not spare you that grief, beloved.
King Alexander, there is a long road ahead. The ferry must be repaired before we can reunite the islands. Unfortunately, the islands are still feuding. It will take some time and great diplomacy to convince them to reunite and stop fighting each other.
Yes, Alexander. We will have to try to discover how Alhazred managed to make them hate each other so that we can undo what he has done.
Now let us celebrate our good fortune. The evil that has plagued this land is done, and a new reign begins. Long live King Alexander and Queen Cassima.
Long live King Alexander! Long live Queen Cassima! Long live the land of the Green Isles! Hooray!
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 Alright, time for the best song in all video games.
You seem so far away, and I just need to hear your voice.
3 director.
I just need to hear you say, if you would have me go or stay. Girl, in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Girl, in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. I saw your face, and I felt our souls embrace.
Here's Tony J.
If it's not meant to be this way, why do you haunt me night and day? Girl, in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower,
Alright, so it said we completed 65% of the main path. I don't know why they call it the main path, but sure. And then it just kicks you out to... kicks you to DOS. Okay. So I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure I didn't miss anything, but now come to think of it, I might be missing... I might have missed something in the catacombs. I think I need a skull for one of the spells. And I think the only place you can get that is the catacombs, right? Save /KQ6. So let's start at the hard path. Yeah, skull full of embers. So we currently do not possess any skulls, and we already did the catacomb section. So I can't remember if that's where you're supposed to get the skull, though. So the swamp ooze, the Styx water we can get later. Well, we need a skull besides the one attached to us. So salt water from the sea, we got that. Falling water, yeah. We also don't have a teapot yet. I forget where we get that. Yeah, so skull full of hot oak embers. And also the strand of hair, so I know where we get that, but I forget how we get it. So, let's see.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
So we might have to back up a bit in terms of progress in the game. So this is so we got the easy mode ending for the game, and now we're going for the hard mode ending. We're getting the true ending, which involves a whole lot more.
Hello. I will be right up.
Okay, so Jalo isn't here either.
Now, what can I do for you?
So I'm pretty sure we have to back up quite a bit in the progress here, back to before we did the labyrinth, because that was kind of the I don't know the original path we were using. So I gotta quit
taking off your adventure
and go back into it, because I'm pretty sure the skull we need to get is from the catacombs. I think. If anybody knows differently, then let me know. But I'm pretty sure we have to get it from there in one of the weird side rooms. I think the one with a bunch of skeletons in it. I think. It's been so long since I played this and did the speed run and all that of it. I think here is where we have to back up to, though. Yeah, we need the skull to get to the Underworld. Because that's, because we have to charm a creature of the night in order to get there. And we need the skull full all that stuff to get there. And we also need the strand of maiden hair. So, first things first, we do need to go...
Alexander.
Check in with our boy, Jalo.
Alexander.
So that's something we haven't done at all in the easy mode playthrough. We talked to Jalo once, and he said, "Hey, go away," and then that was it. We left.
Hello. I will be right up.
Oh god, did I screw this up by not talking to him super early? Or is he just here sometimes?
Good.
The fireplace. Alexander rests his feet for a moment. Alexander picks up and leafs idly through a book called The Changing Role of Court Entertainers Through the Ages. Well, that was refreshing.
Trying to remember, like, there's a lot of really weird arcane stuff you have to do to to get the full ending, and I think I might have missed a critical thing earlier. We're talking to Giallo. And I'm not sure we can. Okay, we can get our ring back at least, because we had that pearl.
Good day.
So I think that's what the pearl is for, is you get your ring back with it.
I found this large pearl. Might it be valuable enough to ransom back my family ring?
I have never seen such a perfect pearl. Certainly you can have your ring back.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it. I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
Of course you are. You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back with its rightful owner.
Okay, so we got our ring back. Is Giallo there now? Because I think what we have to do is show Giallo our signet ring. I think we can also give the bird. We already gave the bird the love poem, and that might have screwed up something too.
Alexander holds out his royal ring, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the poem, in the chance that the receiver might be Cosima. The nightingale swoops down, grabs the ring, and takes it towards the castle.
I thought it was supposed to show scenes of Cosima. Like, I thought there was supposed to be cutscenes when that happens. Or did the bird just steal my ring and then we're never gonna get it again now? Oh, okay.
The nightingale has returned from her flight with Alexander's ring. She flutters off her branch and drops something red at Alexander's feet.
Okay.
It's a red velvet hair ribbon. The bird must have taken Alexander's ring to someone who sent back this ribbon in return. Could it possibly be? Dare he hope that the someone is Cosima herself?
If only it could be so.
Okay, so so we get the ribbon here, and then...
The lady's hair ribbon is made of the finest red velvet. A long strand of black hair is caught in the ribbon.
There's a strand of black hair.
Alexander examines the red ribbon and finds a strand of long black hair.
Okay, there's a strand of long black hair. And according to the spell book here, for charming a creature of the night, we need a strand of a pure-hearted maiden's hair. So we got that now. The sulfur brimstone we get from the Isle of Mists, which we will get to later. And then the skull full of embers. I'm still not sure where we get the skull. I think that's probably from the labyrinth, which we've yet to go there in this save. So I think now that I have the ring and I've talked to the bird, maybe Giallo will show up now.
Good day.
Shit. We're supposed to talk to Giallo again at some point and tell him that we're cool with Cosima, but I think we might have already missed that, and that might screw up things later. But we might still be able to get the true ending, even without being friends with Giallo. Yeah, there is... We still need a teapot. And where was the teapot? Was it in the The fairy? Oh no, there's fairy guy. Because we got the rabbit's foot from him.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
Does he have a teapot? I don't see one.
How goes it, Alexander?
Well, bye.
Thanks again for your hospitality.
You're always welcome, Alexander. Come back anytime.
Thanks, man in chef hat. Okay. Maybe Jalo's there now. Nope.
Good day.
Of course not. Alright, what if we read the book again?
Well,
How fare you, merchant?
Quite well, thank you. I just finished a wonderful book on geological rock formations. Fascinating.
Alright, good talk. Okay, so this was prior to the labyrinth. So we got that. Is it...
Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp.
I guess...
The lamp is empty.
I guess maybe we use this for the spell, and then we turn that in later to the spell, the lamp guy. That must be it. That must be it. I remember. There isn't a tea kettle. You have to use the lamp, now that I think about it. Okay. So the next thing is we're going back to the labyrinth.
Alexander.
So we got to do the labyrinth again. And we need to get a skull. And the skull room, or the likely spot for skull room, is on the first floor. Okay. Alright, so since we've already seen most of this already, the scenes that we've seen already, I'll click through, because we don't need to see them again. All the scenes that are unique to the true ending playthrough, I won't skip.
Alexander examines the stone shelf and the ancient bones, but finds nothing except the dust of the grave.
Okay, so the first stop is up here. So to the right and then to the north is the room with the skeletons just kind of hanging out on the floor. Ah, there's our skull.
Alexander picks up the skull.
Okay, so yeah, I was even in this room earlier, and yep, there it is. Okay. Alright. So now we can speed run through the ruins, or the catacombs here. Man, I was even in that room, and I didn't think to pick it up. Okay. So this is that. Okay, so it was here, 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 and then here, and then out. Okay. We go north here, get the shield. I assume I already have the brick. Do I have the brick? I do. Okay. Alright, up here. Through the door to the right. Wait, no, I gotta get the coin first. Almost forgot. Up this way. So the coins from the skull here weren't used in the easy mode ending.
Alex.
We do need them for the true ending, though. So remember those coins for later in the game. Alright, so here's the ceiling crushing you.
In a
Throw the brick in there. It plays the Space Quest 3 punching sound and also the sword sound in this game. I'm assuming I have the tinderbox. Do I have the tinderbox? I do. Okay.
Alexander.
Zounds. Okay. Alright, skipping all this dialogue. This.
Alexander.
Aha! Aha!
Alexander.
Okay, and then from here on Catacombs 2, we gotta go to the left. Oh, there's also a scene that we didn't see last time. There's kind of a red herring scene here, if I remember correctly.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
Nice. Good job, Alexander.
Tickets up. Next.
Don't.
Okay. This way. Sword made of stone. I think it actually is made of stone. Because they made a big deal about the sword being super heavy during the fight. So apparently there's a...
As he walks through the...
Oh my god.
Tickets up. Next.
Don't. Alex.
The catacombs. Yeah, it's stone or robots, either one. What it actually is budget cuts and Ken Williams. Here.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. This time, so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him.
Oh no.
The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall.
So the thing with Girl in the Tower. So Girl in the Tower was written to
Alex
promote this game.
Alex
and I'm just skipping through the dialogue here.
Wow.
So Girl in the Tower was written to promote this game. So what Ken Williams did after that song was made and before the game's release was he would call in radio stations around the country that did song requests. And him and Sierra would mail the record for Girl in the Tower to pretty much every single radio station that they could get an address for. And so the radio stations would have the record for Girl in the Tower just in their archives, in their collection. And he would call in to radio stations and specifically request Girl in the Tower. And I think there was some like organized write-in thing for playing Girl in the Tower. So that was just some amazing guerrilla marketing for King's Quest 6.
Alexander.
Some brilliant Ken Williams marketing. All right.
No. Alexander.
Maybe go further in the room. Yep. This.
Now. Alexander.
Look here!
So it was essentially free advertising, or very cheap advertising. So it was pretty shrewd of Ken to think up this ploy to advertise the game, because otherwise they'd have to like pay for radio spots or TV spots and all that.
The winged.
But instead, all it cost him was the cost of producing those records, which is not a whole lot, and then having people write into radio stations to get them to play this song that is from the upcoming PC release, Sierra Online PC release, King's Quest VI, in stores now.
Hail!
Alright, so we've already seen this the scene. So we learn about Cosima and death, and we get the water. And then they kick us out of the Sacred Mountain. Okay, so with that, that also unlocks the Isle of the Mists. So let's see here, what next? So I think if we go to the Isle of the Mists next.
Alexander.
So if we go here, and then go to the left to the village, so we get the scythe, and this, okay,
from the east,
and then back to the beach, okay, and then from here is
Alexander.
The Isle of the Beast, so we'll do the Beast quest next. So the solving the Beast quest is something you have to do in the easy ending for the game, because you have to get the mirror to deal with the genie. So this is all stuff we saw before. We have to go here. Use that scythe that we got from the Isle of Mist.
Hacking at the lead. He's
okay. We talk to Beast, get our quest. We get our curse and told to find a suitable bride for him. We gotta go do that. We gotta take a rose from here. Take that with us. And now go back to the beach. Okay, and then back to the Isle of Crown.
Alexander.
Like that. And then from here, we go to where Beauty is. Do this scene with her. We need to give her the white rose so that she'll talk to us.
Alexander.
Okay.
Oh.
And then we have to give her the ring to tell her about Beast. Yep.
Is there...
Okay, do all this. We get the curse broken. What? And she gives us her clothes, and we get the magic mirror.
You... Come.
Okay. The scenes are a lot shorter when you right-click through them. Okay, and now that I remembered that we can use this for that spell...
The lamp is not ready for the fountain water.
Oh, okay. We gotta come back here later then. So what was the... falling water... Ah, okay, so we have to get the salt water first, and then Yeah, first mix salt and sacred waters in the teapot, then add falling water. Okay, so we need that for make rain. So we'll have to be back here later. So next is the Isle of Wonder, because we got things to do there still. Okay. So part of the main quest here,
Alexander,
or the true ending quest for this, is that, well, one, we have to save Cassima and defeat Alhazred. But the other thing that we have to do here is avenge her parents. And we also need to solve the issues with the different islands feuding with each other.
Alexander picks up the bottle.
We got a bottle of something.
The little bottle contains some sort of potion and bears a label saying, "Drink me." That's rather forward of it.
Alright. So here we need to give the milk bottle to...
Alexander gives one of the baby's tears a bottle of milk. The other baby's tears seem to resent Alexander's gift for some reason.
Alright, so we needed salt, but not from the sea.
Alexander collects some of the baby's tears in the old hunter's lamp.
Okay. I think there's something else we need to do here, but I'm not sure if we could do it yet. Alright, we haven't seen this scene.
Your Highness may as well spend her royal time contemplating something else. The lump of coal shall be sent to the Castle of the Crown under my name, and that's all there is to it.
No, it shan't.
Yes, it shall.
If the coal is sent in your name, I shall royally decree a ban on all red on this isle.
You do, and I shall royally decree that white shall be henceforth used for all mopping up of cabbage stew.
You wouldn't dare!
Oh, wouldn't I?
Oh, it's you! Have you thought of any more of those brilliant ideas of yours?
So we can resolve this dispute. Because we happen to pick up a lump of coal from the Isle of Mist.
The Red Queen already has a lump of coal and won't share it with her sister.
So she's got a lump of coal.
Alexander gave her another. The two would never stop fighting.
I found the two of you another lump of coal so that you can stop fighting over the one you have.
Oh, let me see! A lump of coal! And what a beauty it is, too! Oh, marvelous! Now we can stop fighting, sister. Your Highness can just keep the old lump of coal, and I'll take this new one.
Quite right. That settles everything.
As a token of our endless esteem and royal favor, please accept this magnificent and truly incredible spoiled egg.
All right.
Thanks.
Let me see that lump of coal, Your Highness.
It is a beauty, isn't it?
Why, it's bigger than my lump of coal. Let me have it immediately.
Over my dead body, Your Highness. It's my lump of coal, and it is indeed larger and much grander. Just look at that sheen.
I demand you exchange with me immediately.
Okay. Alright, so that's it for that. Okay. Alright. So the last time we tried this, the game crashed. So hopefully it doesn't this time. Need this.
What do you think you're doing? That's not swamp ooze! He's right, you know.
Alright. Get out our boy.
I got a lawyer, you know. Yeah, there's kidnapping laws in this here kingdom. What do you want from me? A recitation or something? Leave me alone. Yeah.
Good night, Hidden.
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless, is he? Hey! Hey! What are you doing there? Watch the pulp, would you?
Alright. Maybe by clicking through this, we can get it to not crash. Oh, man. Alright, maybe detail. Yeah, it crashed again. Okay. What if we turn off speech with detail all the way down? Because it just hangs there. Okay. Maybe another thing to try here is to leave the screen and save here. And then come back and give him the tomato. Yeah, it just it hangs here. What in the hell? Okay. So what if we downclock our CPU just for that one scene? Oh my god. All right. We'll put it in 386 mode at 200 megahertz. The joys of playing on original hardware. Oh boy. I guess I could also, if this doesn't work, I can go into the settings app in the game and turn off extended memory. See how long it takes to open the restore menu and load scenes. Okay, details all the way down. You can see that it takes visibly longer to load things. All right. Let's see if this works. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, I give up. Jeez, sorry. Brother. Stick in the mud and Bump on a log, exhausted from the battle, immediately doze off into naps. Rotten Tomato, being equally lazy, decides to join them. Okay. Alright. That did it. Okay. So it was the CPU speed was causing the game to crash. Of course. And now it's probably going to crash again when I leave the screen, because it did that before.
Alexander fills the teacup with the swamp ooze.
So as long as we need to change to a different save / KQ6 / true. Will this give me a? Of course not. KQ6, and then true swamp. Okay. So I'm hoping when I leave this screen, it doesn't give me the memory error again. It might, though, because it did last time. No? Okay. Alright, so now that we got that, we got the swamp, swamp ooze, so we got that. We don't have the river Styx water yet. We'll take care of that later. So making it rain, we gotta pour the sacred water into the lamp, and then we gotta go back to the beast isle. So sacred water is this thing. We gotta dump that into here.
Alexander pours the contents of the oracle's vial into the hunter's lamp with the baby's tears. The vial, now empty of its sacred fluid, disintegrates.
Okay. And then
Alexander...
You gotta take the map over to Isle of Beast.
Alexander...
Okay, up back here. It feels like the music is slower now, with the CPU slower.
Alexander fills the hunter's lamp to the brim with the fountain water.
Okay, so now we got everything we need in the lamp to do the summon rain spell. Okay, so mix salt and sacred waters in a teapot, then add falling water. Speak incantation over teapot to enchant. Heat to boil to activate. So we still have to cast the spell.
Alexander prepares to enchant the hunter's lamp with the Make Rain spell incantation.
Clouds of thunder, shafts of light, come and sup with me tonight. Waters 3 have I for tea. Brew a tempest now for me.
The lamp in Alexander's hand gives a little perk. He hopes the spell works despite his makeshift teapot.
Okay. So that takes care of that. And then for the creature of the night, we needed the skull. We needed so a skull full of hot embers. We don't really have those. Sulfur is from the rotten egg, because of course. And then the hair we already have, and then we can do that. Okay, so that means next is kind of an unexpected place. So save here. Got rain spell. Okay. So next is
Alexander.
Over here.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Great gods! Did you see that? The man just appeared from nowhere.
Perhaps he was sent by the spirits. I see no boat.
He is an intruder, no matter how he got here. Grab him!
That was King Graham's voice, the second guy.
Not again. Look, I'll leave. It's no problem.
I think not. Let's go.
Alright. Time to cop a squat again in this cage.
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place. But as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
We found a trespasser on the beach, Archdruid.
That's King Graham.
Oh, Archdruid. Now what has Alexander wandered into?
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the sacrificial cage.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage. And the cage is swung out over the bonfire. Alexander starts to feel a little warm. The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. This cage is really hot. Fire in the cage! Alexander pulls out Beauty's old slave clothes, desperate to beat out the flames. The flame is extinguished, but the clothes themselves burn to cinders. Alexander won't be able to keep the cage from igniting for long. The heat and movement must have jarred something. Something that Alexander's carrying is starting to jiggle around. Egad, something's really percolating. The water in Alexander's lamp is hot. It's just about boiling. Alexander feels a drop. It starts to rain.
That man is a powerful nature wizard. By the sacred oak, let him down! I must apologize for our rude welcoming committee. We've been feeling inhospitable ever since the winged ones stole our sacred miniature oak tree. Besides, Wazir Al-Hazred sent a message that we were to watch out for a highly dangerous foreign assassin. I assume you are the one he meant.
I'm sure I'm precisely who he meant. I assure you, I mean to harm no one, unless that person threatens the princess. I'm sorry to have disrupted your ceremony, but I'm running out of time.
What is it that you seek?
The Oracle on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain told me I should speak to you about the realm of the dead. She told me of 2 souls in unrest there that I might be able to free.
Free souls in the realm of the dead? You're mad!
The souls might be able to help me on my mission to save the princess. It's imperative that I do everything I can. The risks are not important.
No, and yet getting yourself killed will hardly help the princess. But I will tell you what I know. Legend has it that it is the right of any human to challenge the Lord of the Dead in order to save his own life or the life of another already past. But the knowledge of how to do this was lost centuries ago. I have only heard of one who tried it, a young knight who came to the land of the Green Isles from a distant land long ago. According to the story, he was determined to challenge the Lord of the Dead for the soul of his dead lover. It is said that he tamed the Lord of the Dead's horse, a black-winged, demon-hearted beast named Nightmare. Nightmare sometimes flies to the human world to feed on certain noxious plants. Those unfortunate enough to see her are glad to escape with their very souls intact. Somehow the knight captured Nightmare and rode off on her back, supposedly to the realm of the dead. But neither the knight nor his lover ever returned. If there was a means for challenge, it was lost with the night.
I see. Can you tell me anything about the Lord of the Dead?
That is a blacker matter still. To the Druids, he is Samhain, lord of coldness and despair. Samhain was once a man like you or I, but he insulted the gods and was sentenced to rule the underworld. Immortal he is and mateless, robbed of sleep, robbed of movement, robbed of companionship. It is said that he hates all mortals even more for the mortality that he lost. That is all I know.
Interesting. I shall remember.
Now look how the oak embers of our bonfire still glow hot despite the rain. If you're bent on your course, you'll need courage that's just as impervious to the chill. May your luck last longer than your storm, brave one.
May it indeed. Thank you, Archdruid.
Okay. Alright, so the ember. I think we use a skull on it.
Alexander scoops up some of the red-hot embers in the ancient human skull.
Alright, there's our spooky skull. And then I think we use egg on it?
Alexander cracks the spoiled egg and dumps it into the skull containing the embers. The spoiled egg hisses as it makes contact with the hot embers. Zounds, the steam. Phew, the smell of sulfur.
Zounds. And then there's a strand of hair. That.
Alexander puts the strand of hair into the skull containing the embers and the spoiled egg.
Okay. So that's all 3 ingredients for the Taming a Creature of the Night spell. Yeah, skull full of embers, sulfur, and strand of hair. In the presence of the creature, speak the incantation over the skull. So we're not near a creature of the night just yet, so nothing doing there. So let's see here. I believe that's all we can do for that. So we still need for the magic paint. We have the swamp ooze. We need the Styx water, and we already have the black horse feather. So the Styx water we'll have to get from the land of the dead.
Alexander pulls.
So the druid guy said that the creature of the night hangs out by noxious plants.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
And the only noxious plant that we've come across is at the very top of the cliffs here. Where the genie was trying to get us to eat this earlier in the game. The night something. Okay. So there's a horse.
Alexander arrives at the top of the cliffs, somewhat winded after his long but uneventful climb.
Oh, you can go back in there, into the catacombs. Well, whatever. Whatever. Yep, totally normal horse. Let's pet normal horse.
Alexander decides to take the straightforward approach and grab the black creature.
Yeah, go grab that horse.
Nightmare is not amused.
Oh. Okay. Well, can we actually go back in here? You can. Oh. I'll be damned. So yeah, we could have gotten the skull. I didn't have to go quite as far back. But, oh well. Alright, so... we're in the presence of the creature now. Yeah, it didn't kick me. I was actually expecting it to kill me there, but whatever. Alright, so in the presence of the creature, speak incantation over skull.
Alexander solemnly speaks the incantation over the skull.
Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain, to do whate'er I now ordain.
Nightmare flares her nostrils at the scent of the fire and brimstone.
That's it! Come on! I need passage to your homeland, fiery one.
Unable to resist the power of the enchanted smell, Nightmare approaches Alexander. Her eyes appear glassy and sightless. In her hypnotized state, she is unaware of the human so close to her flank, or of anything at all except that marvelous smell.
Now ride!
Nightmare deposits Alexander on a strange, cold world. And some of the inhabitants don't look too friendly.
Who are you, grieving spirits?
I am Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles, and this beloved spirit is my husband, King Caliphan. We were murdered in our beds by our trusted Wazir. Like a viper, he snuck in during the night and stabbed us in our sleep. Now my husband's soul is broken, and he will not speak.
Then you are the ones I seek. Are you not the parents of Princess Cassima?
Our daughter! Have you news of the princess?
I know that she is alive and safely back in her kingdom after being rescued from Mordak. But I'm afraid I have not personally seen her. Alhazred is keeping her in her room in mourning for you.
I am glad to hear of her return, but she will not be safe alone with that devil. Oh, that we could be there to protect her.
Cassima, how I fail thee.
My poor husband will never rest while our murder goes unavenged and our daughter is in danger.
I came to take you back with me. Your people are still loyal to you. They need to know about the Wazir. Cassima needs you too.
But this is the realm of the dead. We cannot leave it. Nor, for that matter, can you. The only one who might be able to return us all to the land of the living is the Lord of the Dead. But he would never help us. He has no mercy.
I might be able to convince him. I must try.
Then take this. It is my ticket to the underworld. There you will find the Lord of the Dead. I cannot use the ticket as long as I'm chained here. And if we cannot be avenged, I will never be unchained.
Thank you. Perhaps it will save us all.
Okay.
Be careful, young man. If you can ease my husband's torment and help our daughter, we will be most grateful.
I will do my best. Goodbye, Queen Ilaria.
Alright, I'm pretty sure if... Save again here. If I run into these...
Uh-oh. One of the wandering ghouls brushes up against Alexander. The touch of the putrid flesh dissolves the living matter like acid.
Oh, jeez.
Tickets. Oh. Next.
Alexander's mother always told him to avoid bad ghouls.
Nice. Okay, so we gotta steer clear of those.
Why do you not rest, sad spirit?
Rest? I cannot rest. My son is lost.
Lost? You mean in this realm?
No. His spirit is stuck in the land of the living, probably looking for me. But I cannot leave to go show him the way. My poor Ali.
Is there anything I can do?
Take this handkerchief. If you get back to the land of the living and find him, tell him that his mother is waiting for him here. By this kiss, he'll be able to find his way to the realm of the dead.
I'll do my best to find him.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my Ali.
Alright, spooky ghost. We'll do what you ask. Oh, geez. Got for the pirates.
The skeleton to the left of the path hands something to the spirits that approach the underworld entrance.
Ticket, please. Next.
Alright. Here's our ticket.
I have a ticket.
Oh, on. Next.
Alright. So that isn't actually going to work. Because
the skeleton to the
ticket, please.
So you can
Next.
You can go forward, but you don't want to at this point because you need to see this amazing scene first.
Alexander picks up the two bones on the ground. Now, what do these bones remind him of?
Ah, yes. Now I remember.
The skeletons are overcome with the musical call of the bones. They begin to jiggle, then to dance. Alexander finishes his tune, and the skeletons resume their posts. Despite their frolic, they don't seem any friendlier.
Okay, and then that gives us...
Alexander picks up the skeleton key.
So we got a skeleton key, which...
The skeleton key is made out of small bones.
So that will let us open any locked door.
I have a ticket.
Oh, on. Next.
But you need to get that before you give them the ticket. Otherwise, you can't get it, I guess. Alright. So here's that that knight that the druid spoke of.
Apparently, Alexander's not the only one who's curious about the body on the path.
We got a gauntlet.
The knight is wearing one black gauntlet. There appears to be some writing on the gauntlet, but Alexander can't quite make out what it says. Alexander takes the knight's black gauntlet and examines the writing on it. Flesh may cross the portal and seek its master, death. Flesh may go where death is trod, and challenge, like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod to spare a mortal's breath. Zounds, that sounds serious.
Zounds. Anything else on here? Also this, whatever this is.
The ribbon is so old, it would crumble at Alexander's touch.
Alright. So we're not making the ribbon then. Okay. Alright, so this is River Styx.
The River Styx is an ebony mass of liquid, resembling black tar or melted black glass. Despite its incredible stillness, the river seems to have a life of its own.
So recall that the magic paint spell needs water from the River Styx. So
Alexander scoops a little of the River Styx into the teacup with the swamp ooze, being careful not to get any of the black water on his skin.
Okay.
I must see the Lord of the Dead. Please, let me ride across the River Styx on the ferry.
Charon apparently has rules as strict as those of the skeletons at the underworld's entrance. Alexander is not getting on that boat until he gives Charon the appropriate fare.
Yep. Can we force our way onto the boat?
Alexander can't push his way past Charon. He'll have to convince the ferryman to let him board. The journeying spirits are beyond Alexander's ability to grasp.
Alright, can we walk into the river?
Alexander slips off the banks and plunges into the River Styx. As the black water comes into contact with his skin, Alexander feels himself going numb from the legs up. He sinks like a stone.
Dang.
Tickets. Oh.
There's a lot of drowning deaths in this game.
Hey, what a fix. Bathing in the River Styx.
Nice. Alright, so if you didn't get those coins in the labyrinth before you go here, then GG.
Will these coins do as fare for passage?
Charon accepts the fare and waves Alexander onto the boat.
But it's traditionally 1 coin to cross the River Styx, not 2. So sure. Okay, got ourselves a door here.
Alexander reaches out to open the gate. Suddenly, the wood trembles beneath his fingertips.
What touch has awakened my sleep? I smell the blood of a mortal. Reach out thine hand again, fleshy human, that I might devour it. It has been centuries since I last ate.
Yep, so there's Jay again.
Alexander decides to try to force the gate open.
All right, let's do it.
tickets. Oh. Next.
It must have been love at first bite.
Does the guidebook include the Underworld? It does, in fact. So there's the Catacombs, there's the Isle of the Beast, Legends and Myths, Death Traditions, Common Belief, Buried with the Things They'll Need on Their Journey, Greeted by Ultimate Knowledge, yep, Unresolved Trauma Cannot Enter the Underworld, so just like the King and Queen told us. Things need to be resolved in the real world. Finish up loose ends. Yep. So genies. This covers the genie lore. Like yeah, this and then there's a whole story here about how genies work in the game world. And then a postscript by the guy who wrote the guide. So yeah, this. Wait, no, it was Jane Jensen that wrote it. There was another name associated with it. It wasn't her, but maybe that was the illustrator. But yeah, the manual / guide for this game is really, really awesome.
Alexander suddenly.
All right, we have to talk to this thing.
What?
Despite his fear, Alexander summons his bravest voice to command the living gate.
I would pass, Gate. I have business with your master.
My master and thine, human. I would be pleased to introduce thee. Only step forward and thou shalt meet him shortly.
No, thank you. I come to meet the Lord of the Dead with my flesh still intact.
And why should I let you pass, human, when I would much rather eat you?
I have been told that there is a way for humans to enter Death's realm. There must be something I can do. Some task that will allow me to pass through your doors, Gate.
I seem to recall something. A trick. Perhaps, a test. Yes. Should a human try to pass, a riddle is Gate's wont to ask.
A riddle it is, then.
And if thou wouldst fail to answer Gate, his thirsty jaws will be thy fate.
Agreed.
Listen as though it meant thy life then, human, for it surely does. My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
So we have a bunch of letters here, and it's got first, second, third, fourth, and then the whole is the password here. So if you're puzzling out the solution here, I already know the solution because I speedran this, but first is foremost legally. So foremost usually means the first of that. Foremost of legally is going to be L, because that's the one in front. Second circles outwardly. That one's not as obvious, so we'll skip that one for now. Third leads all in victory. So just like foremost, it's the one at the front, which is V. Fourth twice ends a nominee. So there's two letters here at the end of E. So we know L something VE. And it is love.
The answer is love.
Ah, thou traitor of the mortal plane, how didst thou guess love? That riddle should never have been solved. Love is unknown in this realm.
Love cannot be banished, even from this place. There are spirits still pining of it on the surface above. Still less can it be banished from my heart.
Enough! Burden me not with thy poetry. Pass through, and quickly, before I change my mind.
So the other kind of giveaway for that is you might recall from the Isle of Wonder in the area with the book stacked, there was a little thing in the corner with the spider web and the piece of paper from the book. So we had to pull on the web to get the spider to move away from the paper, and then we got a quick glimpse of the piece of paper, and it said love on it. And that was the other hint that you get for that. Like, it's kind of obtuse, but it's what you get. Okay.
The servants of the Lord of the Dead stand silently at the head of the path to his throne. In the center of the great cavern, the Lord of the Dead reigns over the hosts of the dead. He waves spirits into the sea of souls in an endless stream. What things the spirits tell him are best unheard by mortal ears.
Die here.
The servants of the Lord of the Dead don't seem particularly touchable, and Alexander has no desire to engage the black-cloaked figures in a fight.
Dang. Oh.
Why have you entered my domain, still wearing your flesh? If you are so anxious for death, you might have found it easily enough in the land of the living. But since you are here, you are most welcome to stay. Kiss my hand, and you will be one with the spirits. There will be no pain.
Okay.
There's nothing there that can help Alex. The souls surrounding the Lord.
I seek a boon, my lord.
Why should death grant you anything, mortal?
I seek a boon.
Why should the will to live is strong, is it not? Never mind. I will reach out to you.
The Lord of the Dead's touch fills Alexander instantly with a numbing cold and blackness.
Oh, man. Alright, so we got another one of those unique death things there. Okay.
Alexander approaches.
What?
Alright. So for this we gotta throw down.
I did not come here to die, but to demand my right of challenge. I respectfully challenge thee, death, by throwing down this gauntlet. Man may pass the portal and seek its master, death. Man may pass where death has trod, and challenge like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath.
He has the gauntlet!
Impossible! He challenges death. Who are you to challenge death?
A man of flesh is all I need to be, my lord.
And what is it that you seek with this challenge? The soul of some dead maiden?
I seek the souls of King Califim and Queen Ilaria, the land of the Green Isles.
You would save 2 human souls and emerge alive from this realm yourself? That shall be a difficult challenge indeed. The tomb does not open its doors lightly.
Either all three of us leave, or none go.
Very well. Then let me think of an appropriate task. Ah, yes, I have it now. Your challenge is this. For thousands of years I have sat upon this throne. I have heard every sad tale that can be told by human lips. I have seen tragedies that ended empires, injustices that defy reason, love that would light the very stars turn cold and hard. I have seen torments that cannot possibly be borne, and yet must be, for centuries. This thing I have never done. I have never shed a tear. Make me cry, thou man of flesh. That is my challenge.
Make death cry?
Sooner could he turn sea to stone, or fire to ice.
All right. So this is how you make death cry.
If your existence has been all that you say it has, then truth alone shall be my sword.
The mirror's surface swirls with darkness for a moment, then fills with images even blacker. Reflections of despair, of wailing souls, of shackles colder and more immutable than any forged by man, of a world of thirsts that can never be quenched. Alexander feels the mirror tremble in his grasp, and is glad that he cannot see its face. But the Lord of the Dead is transfixed to the mirror, to the screening of his life. Things long forgotten are once more uncovered. His enslavement to this throne while still a man, the years of watching misery and horror and growing ever more numb to it, the seep of his own humanity, the slow growth of a new thing altogether which became that which he is now. His is an existence that has no possibility of redemption, no end. The surrounding spirits draw away in pain. The truth is so sharp it stabs, so intense it sears.
Take it away. Make it stop.
The mirror of truth cracks from the strain, and death sheds a single gray tear.
Truth is indeed a terrible thing. I have worn this mantle for so long, I had forgotten its dreadful weight. You shall take the souls and leave as I agreed. You have been granted to stay from this inevitable reality. I almost envy you. Find the souls he has claimed, and bring them to me. King Calaphim and Queen Alaria, I presume. Your hero has won you a few more years of mortality. May your souls be more prepared for their rest when you return.
Thank you, my lord. I hope that they will.
And you, man of flesh, my steed shall take the three of you back to the land of the living. Tell her where it is you wish to go. Until we meet again, then, I assure you, we will meet again.
No offense, my lord, but I hope that will be many long years from now.
It is never as long as you might wish, mortal. Now, begone.
Yes, my lord. Are you coming, Majesty?
Alhazred's treachery must be handled carefully, Alexander. Alari and I must go gather our allies and form a plan. Watch over Cassima. Make sure she comes to no harm. We will return as soon as we can to take back all that has been stolen from us.
I will keep her safe until your return.
Thank you, son. Your love for our daughter must be deep indeed for you to have undertaken death itself for our sakes.
Indeed. May we succeed in what awaits us, and live long together as a family.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else we can give to Bird. Not that I can remember. Okay. So we have business in town here. So the lamp seller is here, but I just remembered that we have something else to do before we do that. So
Good day, Prince Alexander.
In the pawn shoppy, we need to change out our tinderbox for the paintbrush.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Alexander.
Okay. Paintbrush.
I think I'd like the painter's brush.
Very good, Prince Alex. The painter's brush it is. May your painting go well. Feel free to bring back the brush at any time.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we've got the genie here. So this we picked up in the Isle of Wonder.
The little bottle contains some sort of potion and bears a label saying, "Drink me." That's rather forward of it.
Alright, it says drink me. So let's do it.
Alexander suddenly gets a very sneaky idea.
I can't go on anymore. Without Cassima, I'd just rather not live.
Prince Alex, no!
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop.
Not in my pawn shop.
I am no more.
Oh, what a waste. The poor young fool.
He's dead. He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased.
Alright, so pay attention to the desk.
I told you not to pop in like that. You can learn to knock like everybody else.
Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. I have great news.
Well, what is it?
Prince Alexander is dead. He killed himself in despair over losing Cassima.
What? Are you positive? That young man has proven to be most devious.
I saw the whole thing myself, Master. He was really and truly quite dead.
If what you say is true, it shall be most convenient. You've spent enough time on that little irritant. We must start thinking about the wedding.
Anything, Master. Oh, I do love weddings.
Well, we do want you to look your prettiest, don't we? Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself, as we discussed.
Alright, so that's the genie's lamp.
Alexander's heart lurches to life in his chest.
So we gotta remember what it looks like.
Prince Alex! But you were...
Sorry, friend. I was doing a little acting, I'm afraid.
Ah, of course, the strange cloaked man. You are quite clever, and a bit too exciting for an old man.
How does Alexander know? Don't worry about it. Roberta knows, and therefore we know. Alright, so we got the old lamp here.
Excuse me, peddler, but I have an old lamp that might interest you.
Ah, an old lamp. And what a nice traditional design, too. Take your pick of my new lamps.
So, any of these lamps look familiar? Like, say, this one.
A fine choice, my son. Here is your new lamp. Good day, and I thank you, sir.
Good day.
So there might be a small problem here, though. We might have missed something earlier.
Drat! Another dud.
So we need the lamp to get switched out. And the person who's supposed to do that is...
Hello. I will be right up.
Is the guy who is usually right here. That we talked to once and then never again.
Good day.
So I think we might be soft lock, but I'm not super sure. We might be able to switch it out later in the castle, but keep that in the back of our minds that might be an issue. So do we have everything here we need to storm the castle besides that? We have the feather. So add Styx water to swamp ooze. We did that. Stir with horse feather. Okay. So we're all good on that. So now it's time to storm the castle. But I'm pretty sure that we don't have a way to defeat the genie at the end. But we might be okay. Do we still have the peppermint? We still have that, so I think that might work too. So we haven't been over here yet. This is the one screen we haven't been to in this area. And they happen to have this nice blank wall here. So we need to use the feather to stir this.
Alexander dips the large black feather into the teacup and stirs the contents gently.
So I think we won't get like the perfect best ending.
To his amazement, the jet black color of the feather slowly drains from end to tip into the teacup. The teacup mixture blackens and thickens to a paint-like consistency. Alexander carefully puts it away, discarding the drained feather.
But we're gonna get most of the best ending. Okay, and then we need to use this.
To paint something, Alexander must first choose a location where he wants to paint. The paint can then be used on that location.
Okay, sure.
Feeling artistically inspired, Alexander decides to make use of the large blank castle wall. Ah, a doorway. Just what Alexander was thinking this wall needed.
Sure. Okay. And what's this? Alright, magic paint spell.
With trepidation, Alexander gathers his strength for the enchantment of the painted door. Magic paint, black as ink, bring to life what I think. Make it real what I draw, according to... The spell worked. The door has magically solidified.
Well, we didn't even finish the spell, and it did that. Okay. True. Starting castle. Okay.
Eager to be inside the castle at last, Alexander opens the enchanted door and steps inside. The magic paint door fades back into the wall. So much for an easy exit.
Okay. Let's save again now that we're here. Alright.
Alexander opens the dungeon door and slips inside.
Okay, so it's not this one.
Alexander opens the dungeon door and slips inside.
Mother? Mother, where are you?
Alright, so recall spooky ghost lady in the underworld who's missing her son.
What's the matter, little boy?
I'm lost. I can't find my mother. I don't know why she would just leave me here. I've been alone ever so long.
You must be the son of the spirit I met in the realm of the dead. She gave me this handkerchief and asked me to tell you that she's waiting for you there.
It's Mama's. It even smells like her. I can feel her now. I know where to go.
Wait. Before you go, is there anything you can tell me about the castle?
I like to play in secret places. In the basement behind the Man of Steel is a door. Nobody except me knows it's there anymore.
Okay. A secret door, huh?
Farewell.
Farewell, spooky ghost. So we know about the secret door now. Let's see.
Alexander doesn't see any way of opening that door manually.
Okay.
Alexander examines the suit of armor, but sees nothing special. Alexander sees nothing to do there on the wall. Alexander hears the clear sound of guard dog voices coming from behind the door. He decides opening the door wouldn't be wise.
We're gonna do it anyways.
Against his better judgment, Alexander decides to open the door.
Yeah.
Somehow, he just knew that wasn't such a good idea.
And where might you think you're going? You'll stay in here until we find out what the Wazir wants to do with you.
The guard dogs leave.
So that's just the standard GG there. Okay. Alright, what's over here? Okay.
Alexander decides to find out what's on the other side of that door.
I've seen you around the village. What are you doing in my room?
Wrong room. Sorry.
Not as sorry as you're gonna be. Gods! Gods!
Well, Jalo, Dang it.
What is it, Jolo? This man is an intruder. He's probably here to harm the princess. Don't worry, we'll take care of him. You'll stay in here until we find out what the Wazir wants to...
So that's Jolo. So if we became his friend earlier in the game, which I forget how we do that. I think you just have to talk to him a whole bunch. He'll help you out when you're in the castle, but clearly he is not our friend right now. Okay, so behind the...
Alexander opens the dungeon door and slips inside.
So behind the suit of armor is apparently... something. Can we use the skeleton key on this?
Alexander doesn't see any keyhole on that door. Remembering what the little boy ghost said, Alexander experiments with the suit of armor. He pushes down, then pulls up on the knight's right arm.
How does he know that? What?
A secret passage.
Secret ghost kid did not mention anything about pushing and pulling on.
Alexander hears the sound of voices coming from nearby.
Sure.
Alexander peers through the chink in the wall.
Captain, I've been hearing rumors from the guards who've been watching the princess. They say lately she's been pounding on her door and begging to be let out. Ain't none of my business, sir, but news like that is upsetting the other dogs. Ain't no guard in the castle who would willingly keep the princess anywhere she don't want to be.
There's King Graham again.
Alhazred claims that a foreign intruder is here to assassinate her. That's why she's got to be kept under lock and key, right up until the wedding.
Call me an old dog that can't learn new tricks, but I say the princess should be the one given the orders.
Alhazred has been in charge for months, what with the king's death and Casima's mourning. Tonight, the wedding will seal it, and there's nothing we can do about it. Like him or not, he's our liege. Need I remind you of your oath to the crown?
Aye, we've an oath. For the sake of the princess, we'll not be forgetting it. He'd just better treat her well.
Speaking of the Wazir, what do you reckon he's keeping in that magical room of his?
It's not a magic room. It's just the door he's enchanted somehow. I say he's still got the royal treasury in there, along with whatever else he's so eager to protect. Not even the court treasurer is allowed in there anymore.
I heard him in the hall the other day. He was speaking of that door. Black magic is what I say. I heard him say, Ali, but then Bay came up and started yapping at me.
Enough! It is not our place to question the practices of our liege, no matter how strange. The wedding will be starting soon. Report to the throne room when you hear the music start.
I heard him say Ali. Alright, so they make double sure that you see that. So clearly that is important.
Phew, that was a climb.
That was
Alexander hears the faint sound of a woman crying nearby.
2 sets of stairs.
Alexander peers through the chinks in the wall, trying to locate the source of the crying sounds. Alexander's palms begin to sweat and his heart to race. It's Casima. He's found her.
Psst! Princess Casima!
What? Who's there?
It is I, Alexander. I'm here behind this wall.
My, how suave that sounds.
Alexander? It really is you! Oh, I knew you were close by, but how did you get inside the castle walls?
It's a long story and not important now. You did get my ring.
Oh, yes. It has brought me such comfort, Alexander, to know you were close by and had not forgotten. But you shouldn't be here. You're only endangering yourself.
I don't care about the danger. I would brave anything to learn.
What is it?
Alhazred, do you want to wed him, Cosima?
Oh, please believe me when I say that I never agreed to marry that man. Even when my father trusted Abdul absolutely. I never liked him. But with mother and father gone, I'm afraid there's no stopping him.
If you do not wish to marry him, Cosima, you shall not. I promise you. Only come with me now, and we shall escape.
How? I cannot fit through this wall. Besides, do you think I could leave my kingdom, my people, in Abdul's hands? But Abdul would tear the castle apart if I were to disappear from my room. You shall have to do what you can to delay his plans from your end.
I can't just leave you here.
Alexander, do not despair for me. I have been safe in this room for nearly 6 months now.
Dang.
Abdul can be in no hurry, whatever he plans. After all, I'm to be his bride, am I not? I have been planning too, you see. I believe I can escape. If I can only get a chance to lay my hands on a weapon, there might be an opportunity in the hustle of the wedding.
But
Shh, just a moment more, then you must go. Let us not waste time with words. Please, let me just look at you, dear Alexander.
Let's see. This.
Here, take this dagger. It's not much, but it might come in handy.
Why, it's perfect. This is just the sort of thing I've been looking for. Thank you, Alexander. I'll keep it close and use it if I must.
Don't think there's anything else you can give her. Here, take this stinky flower.
Although Alexander would gladly offer Cosima all that he owns, that item would be of little help to her now.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that, You can take the magic map and teleport out of here. The ribbon, I don't think is... Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
Oh no! Someone's coming!
The lock on Cosima's door rattles abruptly.
Alexander, hurry! Step away before they see you!
Alexander hears scuffling and a woman's brief cry from the other side of the wall. Then, silence.
Okay. She's got what she needs to, do that. Castle 2. Okay. We dealt with that. We still have other business to take care of in the castle, though. Oh, actually, is there something here?
Alexander sees nothing of interest.
No.
Alexander hears the sound of scratching coming from the other side of the wall. Alexander looks through the chink in the wall.
Dear Shadrach, salutations from the Society of the Black Cloak, etc., etc. My long preparations are about to come to fruition. In a matter of minutes, I will wed the lovely Cosima. Once I've established my power and my crown, I can stage another accident.
He has to dictate his letter while writing it.
The princess has proven infuriatingly stubborn, as you know. She's becoming quite a dangerous little thorn in my side. In a way, it is a shame I have to kill her. She is lovely and would be amusing to keep around, but I can't risk her talking treason to one of the guards. So far, I've managed to keep her locked away, but I can't continue that forever. Well, on to it now. I'd send her to you, but as you know, I had no luck in doing so with Mordak. I close in triumph. King Abdul al-Hazred. I think it's about time to see if Shamir has taken care of the wench as I asked. It's almost time for the wedding.
The Wazir's words fill Alexander with blazing anger and fear for Cosima's life.
That blackguard! That murderous swine! He'll not have his way if I have anything to say about it.
Okay.
Alexander sees lots of black cloaks. Alexander opens the ebony box and looks inside. Inside the ebony box is a piece of paper with the word Zebu printed on it.
Okay. So we have the skeleton key here. We can...
Alexander inserts the skeleton key in the trunk's lock and turns it. He hears a click. Alexander opens the trunk.
But apparently a nail can open up this thing, so...
Alexander picks up the most recent letter and examines it.
Not sure we need that skeleton
The letter
key.
is addressed to Abdul al-Hazred from the wizard Shadrach. It reads, "Greetings to a brother of the Black Cloak. I was sorry to hear of great Mordak's death, though he was a bit of a ninny at chess. It seems the plans for that little kingdom of yours are coming along. I must congratulate you on your handling of the king and queen. Isolating the island so that no protest could develop was another brilliant stroke. It looks like there's not much left to stand in your way. Do as I recommended with the girl, and you shall have your crown."
That fiend!
Okay. So if we leave out the front door, that's just gonna...
Alexander crawls back through the wardrobe to reach the secret passage.
Gonna end poorly. Because we're not quite done with everything else. Sure. Okay. Alright, so back down to the bottom floor. Because we got both parts of the magic passphrase to open that door. So we overheard the guards talking about Al-Hazred saying Ali.
Since the door on the west wall has no visible knob or handle, Alexander decides to try to open it with his voice. He composes his words carefully.
A-L-I, and then, so that's from the guards, and then the other half we got from the desk in the room upstairs, which is Zebu.
Listen, door. I would have you open. Ali Zebu.
It worked.
Okay. So here's the treasury.
Alexander is standing in the Castle of the Crown's treasure room. The soft-toned room seems very secure. Along the walls are trunks and caskets, probably full of the kingdom's treasure. In the middle of the room is a low table. Alexander pulls the drapery aside, curious as to what might lie underneath. On the table is a coat of arms with the head of a beast on the crest.
Beast said that his coat of arms was stolen by the Druids. This must be it.
On the table are 4 unusual items. On the table is a fleece made of gold.
That fleece must belong to the Winged Ones. and they thought the Isle of Wonder had taken it.
On the table is a strange-looking stone that's giving off an odd, high-pitched noise.
That must be the Isle of Wonder's singing stone. Didn't the queens think that the beast had stolen it?
On the table is a miniature oak tree. It looks very old.
That must be the sacred miniature oak that the Druids thought the Winged Ones stole.
As Alexander looks at the objects on the table, he realizes the depth of the Wazir's cunning. It must have been the Wazir or an accomplice who stole that one thing most precious to each island, and then leaked rumors that one of the other islands was responsible.
What did the Wazir have to gain by causing the islands to hate one another?
We'll never know. Alright. That's done with that.
Alexander hears the sound of music coming from the east. It sounds somewhat classical, but... oh no, it's wedding music. Alexander hears the sound of a guard's footsteps coming from the north. Wait, there are more footsteps approaching from the west. Now what? Alexander looks cautiously around the grand hall, but there are no guard dogs to be seen. The wedding music is coming from behind those two large doors.
Prince Alexander, here, the Wazir will have my head for allowing you within a mile of the royal wedding. Since you are of noble birth, I will give you 5 seconds to explain your presence here before killing you. I warn you, it had better be good.
Wait. If you love your princess, you'll hear me out. The Wazir is not what he appears to be. Cassima is in terrible danger. I have proof that this is so. For your princess's sake, you must believe me.
Let me see that.
Saladin reads the letter, his sword point still against Alexander's throat. Alexander watches the guard dog's noble face darken with rage.
This is treason. I'll have his throat. But how do I know this letter is not a forgery? You could have written this yourself.
But I did not. Have you no doubts of your own about Ahasuerus? Don't you see? All he wants is the crown. Cassima is being coerced. We must stop the wedding.
It is true. I have had my suspicions about the Wazir, especially when King Caliphim and Queen Alaria died. But I have seen Cassima with him several times. She appears to be quite happy, even enthusiastic. I don't believe she could love him if he truly were so wicked.
I cannot believe for a moment that she loves that snake.
A jilted lover would not believe it. But come, see for yourself.
So we don't have the magic mirror anymore, because it shattered when we used it in the underworld.
The captain of the guard leads Alexander into the throne room, where a ceremony seems to be in progress. Alexander feels his blood run cold at the sight.
I, Cassima, declare Abdul Alhazred as my lawful and beloved husband and king of this realm.
But, Cassima, what are you saying?
Do you still claim that the princess is being forced? Perhaps it's you that's the danger, as the Wazir has said.
Alexander approaches the wedding party.
Prince Alexander here? This is an outrage! How dare you allow this traitor to get past you, Saladin? You stupid mutt! Can't you even keep the castle free of assassins during your own princess's wedding? Kill him! Kill him now!
Lord Alhazred, with all due respect, you are not quite king yet. And this is a wedding ceremony, not an execution.
What? How dare you contradict me, you flea-bitten mongrel! I gave a direct order. Obey me, or feel my wrath.
Milady, I apologize for my behavior, but I am yours to command in all things. I wanted merely to hear your own wishes from your own lips. Tell me what it is that you wish me to do with this young man, and I will obey.
Why, Captain, you heard my dear Abdul. If he wishes this atrocious young man's death, then I want nothing more than to see him get his wish. Obey thy liege now and always.
As you wish, Princess.
Just as Saladin prepares to run Alexander through with his sword, a shout is heard from the direction of the Grand Hall.
Hold! In the name of the true king!
King Caliphim and Queen Ilaria burst into the throne room, looking alive and well and full of wrath. Behind them, a line of supporters look prepared to battle, if necessary, for their beloved royal couple.
Cosima, darling, are you all right? Has he hurt you?
Hands off of her, you murderous goat!
If I want your advice, I'll ask for it, Mother.
But, Caliphim, that's not Cosima. I'd know my daughter anywhere.
What have you done with our daughter, you devil?
The lovely image of Cosima suddenly bursts into smoke and is replaced by the Wazir's genie.
Why, you conniving serpent!
Get him, guards! Saladin, your sword!
Drat it all! You may have ruined my plans, but you won't get me, or your precious Cosima. Get them, Shamir! I command you!
He's getting away! Stop him!
Yes, sire, as soon as I deal with this genie!
Shamir, the Wazir's genie, begins to throw balls of dazzling light at the guard dogs.
All right. So this isn't quite going to be the 100% ending, but it's going to be close enough.
Alexander, be careful! Alhazred has a sword!
Shut up, wench! Shamir Shamazel! Get in here! Here I am, master! It's about time, you bumbling fool! How could you let him follow me?
Well, there were the guard dogs, master, and then...
Never mind! Just kill him! Kill him now!
As you wish, master. Razzle, dazzle, snap and snazzle! Look what I have here, my friend. Peppermint. Nice, fresh peppermint.
Razzle...
With the bottle, so you're supposed to give the bottle to Jalo, who's the clown guy.
Don't you dare even think about
And then Jalo switches out the fake bottle with the real bottle, and then here you take command of the genie yourself.
Oh no, not now!
And then the genie goes inside the bottle, I think. And then you do the fight as normal.
Do something! Shamir Shamazel! Kill him!
So the result of this...
A small... I mean a ball of... light to frazzle.
Dazzle Ball goes wild.
Oh. Oh.
You can see the animations are normal speed now.
You killed my genie. You idiot. Don't you know how valuable he was, you fool?
It is in the manual, as it turns out.
I'll kill you myself for that outrage.
So shall it be, Alhazred. I'm ready.
Inspiration. Alexander fixes upon the only weapon in sight.
And yeah, if you do the bottle switching thing, the genie is present in the ending.
Zounds! This sword must weigh a ton.
Zounds.
Good. Then you shall only fail sooner, my prince. So, the mouse would bite?
This mouse shall bite, as you shall soon see.
It's actually a
Or should
much
I
better
say,
ending.
Soon feel?
So I'll point out the differences when we get to the ending. But it is...
Ha! You can barely lift that sword, my prince. Better to lay it down now. I promise to dispatch you with little pain.
It is a
Tempting offer. But I think I'll wait and see what this sword can do.
significantly different ending.
Suit yourself.
There's like thinking about it, there's like 6 different endings, kind of how things can go, I think. There's at least 3. So we already saw 1. This will be another one. And then the 100% one is also a little different.
Alexander's arms start to tremble under the effort of wielding the huge sword. His muscles are nearing exhaustion.
Ha! And so it ends.
Not if I can help it, you murderer!
Cosima thrusts the small dagger into Alhazred's shoulder with all her might.
Ah! You dare raise a finger to me? You will regret that, princess.
Alright, and the final bonk, and that's it. Okay.
Cosima! Are you alright?
I'm fine, Alexander. I was just so afraid for you.
There's no need to fear anymore, princess.
Yes, I know. How can I ever repay you? For myself, for my kingdom.
It was not in me to let harm come to you. Can you find it in you, princess, to give me more than your gratitude?
Alexander, what are you saying?
I love you, Cosima. Would you ever consider... Do you think you could... marry me?
Could you ever have doubted it, my prince?
Alright, so in the bad ending, there was like 5 people total. There was the 2 guards, there was Alexander and Cosima. And that was pretty much it for the wedding.
Oh! Guards!
Princess Cosima, are you well?
I'm quite well, thank you. Please take Abdul and put him in the dungeon. See to it that he gets a doctor.
Yes, Majesty.
So compare that to this ending that we're about to get.
Cosima and Alexander ask Captain Saladin to perform their wedding ceremony. Saladin is honored to do so.
On this historical day of great joy in the land of the Green Isles, we witness the union of Cosima, beloved princess of this realm, and Alexander, Prince of Daventry.
Yep, 2 additional
You,
people.
Prince Alexander of Daventry, take Princess Cassima to be your wife, to love and to cherish for as long as you both
So
shall
if you save the genie,
I do.
The entire room is
And
filled
do
with
you,
people.
Princess Cassima of the land of the Green Isles, take Prince Alexander to be your husband, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live.
And you also get King Graham, Valanice, and Rosella are there as well.
Do you have a ring?
I have Alexander's royal insignia ring.
Very good. Please place the ring on Cassima's finger.
All right,
Who
additional
gives this
scene.
bride to be wed?
Her mother and I willingly give our daughter's hand in wedlock.
Since the groom has no family present, I will speak on his behalf.
Yep, no family present.
Alexander, your union with this woman
No
is
genie.
sanctioned and recognized in the eyes of the community.
Thank you, Saladin.
Then, Alexander and Cassima, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Hooray. So the leaders of the other isles also show up too.
Congratulations, my children. I have an important question for you both. Please hear me.
Yes, sire?
Alexander, I welcome you into our family with open arms. I placed trust in Alhazred because I so badly wanted a son and a husband for my beloved daughter. I was wrong. But you are true and good, Alexander. You have proven yourself to all my people.
Thank you, sire.
Olaria and I have been through much. Even though we have returned to our kingdom, I do not think we are able to reign again. Will you two consider the crown? I know as king and queen, you can heal this small kingdom from all the damage that Alhazred has inflicted upon it.
Oh, Father.
Why, I'm honored. What do you think, Cassima?
I love my homeland, Alexander. I would be happy to stay and serve it all my days.
I wish my father were here so that I could ask his advice. I will miss him.
If only.
And my mother and sister and Daventry. But I love you, Cassima, and I do feel at home here. Somehow this land and I seem to suit each other. I don't know what kind of king I'll make, but I accept.
Oh, Alexander, I'm so glad. Between the return of my beloved parents and our new reign, you've made me so happy.
I'm glad I could make up for some of your suffering, my beautiful wife.
King Alexander, there is a long road ahead. The ferry must be repaired before we can reunite the islands.
Yep.
Your road will be easier now that the islands are no longer feuding. Already the wounds are starting to heal.
Because the genie fixes the ferry.
Yes, my love. Discovering the island's stolen treasures has done more to bring peace to this land than anything else. It is now clear that Alhazred had Shamir steal each of the island's most valued treasures, then blame the thefts on others to cause the islands to hate each other.
Now let us celebrate our good fortune. The evil that has plagued this land is done, and a new reign begins. Long live King Alexander and Queen Cassima.
Long live King Alexander! Long live Queen Cassima! Long live the land of the Green Isles! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
It does actually say that, Ed. It does. That's there's like a 6-page story about how cool genies are. That's part of the lore dump they give you in the manual.
You seem so far away, and I just need to hear your voice.
All right.
I just need to hear.
Okay, so we already saw the ending for this earlier, so we'll alt tab. Perfect. All right, let's wrap up this. I got the perfect tunes for this. All right, cutting timer. Let's wrap up King's Quest 6 with perfect. All right, King's Quest 6, huh?
You seem so far away,
Perfect.
and I just need to hear
All right, I
your
gotta
voice.
beat this in my headset. That buzzing sound is killing me. All right, King's Quest 6. What a game.
I just need
All right, completed. Yep, we beat it 1.5 times. Kind of. Sure. Did not cheat. I don't think I had to look up anything in this. But we still didn't 100% it, but close enough. Close enough. All right, things I liked. The writing in this game is far and away the best in the whole series. Great background art and character art and portrait art. Puzzles all made sense and could easily be figured out with a little bit of thinking. Amazingly written guidebook. Lots more music in this game than in earlier ones, and all of it sounds great. Probably a perfect length for an adventure game. Yep, portrait art. Good old Peepo. What else did it screw up here? A little bit of thinking. Ad book. Lots more music in this game than early ones, and all that sounds great. Probably a perfect length for an adventure game. Sure. All right. Things I didn't like. What wouldn't I like about this game? Let's see. There's still a few situations where you can get into a softlock or dead man walking situation. So that's still present in this one. It's nowhere near as bad as in the other ones, but if you say go to like the underworld without getting certain items, you can get stuck there. I think if you go to the castle without like the peppermint, then that's still a dead man walking. So a really well designed adventure game wouldn't allow that. And I know it was kind of the Sierra and King's Quest philosophy to purposely have that in the games. So sure, take it or leave it, I guess, with that. But that's kind of it. The things I didn't like for King's Quest 6. This game is amazing. Dank memes. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Drum bass. No? Alamaus. Gonna go with no on that one too. Difficulty easy to hard. So this one has less soft locks. Most of the puzzles can be pretty easily figured out yourself, or if you just read the manual once through, that has most of the solutions to like the stuff on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain, and also stuff to do with the genie and the underworld. That pretty much covers most of the lore that you need for how to beat this game. So this is one of the easier King's Quest games. It's not stupid easy though. Like you still need at least 2 brain cells to beat this game, but it's the cursor-based interface, the pretty thorough backstory and supplementary materials for the game, and puzzles that for the most part make sense, all combined to make this pretty accessible as far as the older King's Quest games go. I can give this a 2 out of 5 on difficulty. And then rating 1 to 5, this game is easy 5 out of 5. So this is probably the best King's Quest game that was made by Sierra, and if we include all the King's Quest games, it's still the best. This game really just aged perfectly. Like it doesn't look super dated. It still looks great even to this day. The art stands up. I think the voice acting for nearly everything is amazing. The music is fantastic. The storytelling, fantastic. The writing, like you can tell, Roberta Williams wasn't the sole writer for this game. They actually had, I think Jane Jensen's responsible for a lot of the really amazing writing in most of this game, and that really puts this one head and shoulders above all the other King's Quest games, and personally through over almost every other adventure game that I played. I've yet to really play an adventure game that really tops this one to me. Like I am not including the Quest for Glory games in that comparison, because those are kind of hybrid adventure RPGs, but as far as just straight up adventure games, King's Quest VI is damn near the best. And yeah, that should tell you how I feel about this incredible game. So definitely worth the play. Definitely worth an experience of it, but y'all probably just watch me play it, and that's pretty much the same thing because it's an adventure game. So yeah, that is King's Quest VI, aired today, gone tomorrow, done in just about 7 hours. Most of these deaths were not from me stumbling into things. Like, I wanted to show off a lot of the deaths in the game, because that's half the fun of Sierra games. So yeah, that'll wrap up this. Okay. Alright, so that'll do it for that game and the stream tonight. So we're still going to be continuing our playthrough for PS Explosion with Monster Rancher 2. I'm seriously considering game sharking Monster Rancher 2 to just get through the story, because it looks like there is story for the game, but it's still going to be a bunch of grinding, just like the first game. It looks like it's going to be a similar thing with, like, hey, you make a bunch of progress and then your monster dies. And I don't really want to spend 60 to 80 hours with that game. I don't want to spend more than 10 hours with that game, to be honest, just to see what the story's like for it. But it does look like there is a story worth seeing. The story in the first game was, hey, you won the tournament. Great, good job. Here's the credits. And that really soured me for Monster Rancher, but it looks like they at least made an attempt at storytelling in Monster Rancher 2, and I would like to see that through, but I don't have all day to do that, you know? So I think we might be calling the doctor sooner rather than later in Monster Rancher 2. So be prepared for that. Let's see. And then alongside that, we're going to be doing King's Quest 7, The Princeless Bride, which that one was 95, I want to say. That one was quite a bit later after King's Quest 6. So we will do that. Did we shark one? I'm pretty sure we did. I'm nearly certain we did. Monster Rancher. Yep. So we cheated through that one, and yeah, that one was very hard, we took 15 and a half hours. So even with a Game Shark, it took 15 and a half hours. And most of that one was... lots of replay value. Combat might as well be coin flips. Monster training might as well be coin flips. Repetitive music, tedious when you just wanted to grind out training but still have to see the animations. Rank being above are bullshit. Seems like a huge time sink. Hey, guess what? So far, Monster Rancher 2 is pretty much the same thing. So, that is my justification for wanting to Game Shark so early in the process, you know? Because it took me many hours to figure out that I'm probably going to have to Game Shark that one. And now I have the experience of going through Monster Rancher 1, and I know that this is probably not going to be much different. So we're just gonna Game Shark it, you know? Okay, so that'll do it for tonight. Thank y'all for watching. I'll see you next time. Probably not gonna be streaming tomorrow. Probably the day after, I'm guessing. I got things to take care of. I got laundry to do and errands to run most of the day tomorrow. So probably the day after that. So yeah, thank you for watching. Hope y'all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye.